Jerusalem in the spring smelled of blood and incense. The two scents tangled together in the narrow streets, drifting up from the temple precinct, where priests in white linen slit the throats of lambs over stone altars, and winding down through the lower city where tanners and dyers worked leather in open courtyards. Their hands stained permanent shades of brown and violet. It was a city built on a hill, fortified by walls that had been torn down and rebuilt so many times that the stones themselves seemed to carry the memory of every army that had ever stood before them. And in the first decades of what would later be called the first century, the army standing inside those walls, the army that did not need to breach them because it had already swallowed the nation whole, was Rome. The Roman Empire, by this point in its sprawling and relentless history, had consumed most of the known world, from the rain-soaked frontiers of Britannia to the sun-scorched sands of North Africa, from the forests of Germania to the ancient river kingdoms of Egypt. The eagle standard flew over lands whose peoples had little in common except the singular experience of Roman dominion. The emperor who presided over this empire was Tiberius Caesar, a man who had retreated to the island of Capri and governed through intermediaries and fear. Tiberius was not loved. He was obeyed. And the distinction mattered enormously, because the machinery of empire did not require affection. It required compliance, taxation, and the occasional public execution to remind subject peoples what happened when compliance faltered. Judea, the small and mountainous province at the eastern edge of the Mediterranean, had been absorbed into this machinery through a series of political arrangements that left its people neither fully conquered nor remotely free. For a time, Rome had governed through client kings, local rulers who wore the crown but answered to Caesar. The most famous of these had been Herod the Great, a man of extraordinary ambition and equally extraordinary cruelty, who had rebuilt the Temple of Jerusalem into one of the architectural wonders of the ancient world, while simultaneously murdering members of his own family whenever he suspected disloyalty, which was often. Herod had understood something essential about ruling a people who believed they answered to a higher authority than any earthly king. You could not simply dominate them. You had to dazzle them. And so the temple he built was not merely large. It was staggering. Its outer courts could hold 400,000 people. Its walls rose so high above the Kidron Valley that a man standing on the southeastern corner and looking down would feel his vision swim. Its gates were plated in gold and silver. Its inner sanctum, the Holy of Holies, was the single most sacred space in the Jewish world, the place where God himself was said to dwell, separated from the rest of creation by a massive curtain of blue, purple, and scarlet yarn, woven so thickly that, according to the priests, it would take teams of oxen to tear it apart. Herod had died roughly 3 decades before the events that concern us here, and his kingdom had been carved up among his surviving sons, none of whom possessed their father's talent for balancing Roman expectations with Jewish sensibilities. The most important piece, Judea itself, including Jerusalem and the Temple, had eventually been placed under direct Roman administration, governed by a prefect appointed by the emperor. The man who held that post during the years that matter most to this story was Pontius Pilate. Pilate was not a philosopher. He was not a diplomat. He was a Roman official of the equestrian class, a man of middling rank who had been given a difficult posting and who handled it with a combination of stubbornness, occasional brutality, and a deep, abiding irritation at the people he was meant to govern. He did not understand the Jews. He did not particularly want to understand them. Their insistence on worshiping one God, invisible and unrepresentable, struck him as bizarre. Their refusal to allow images of the emperor in their city struck him as insolent. Early in his tenure, Pilate had ordered Roman military standards bearing the image of Tiberius to be carried into Jerusalem under cover of darkness. And when the city awoke to find the emperor's face staring down at them from poles planted near the temple, the reaction had been volcanic. Crowds had marched to Pilate's residence in Caesarea Maritima, the coastal administrative capital where he preferred to spend most of his time, far from Jerusalem's dust and drama. They had prostrated themselves in the streets and declared they would rather die than allow the images to remain. Pilate, who had expected grumbling and not martyrdom, eventually backed down. He removed the standards. But the episode had taught him something about this province that he never forgot. These people would die for their God, and a people willing to die were, by definition, a people very difficult to control. The true center of power in Jerusalem was not the Roman garrison in the Antonia fortress, though the soldiers stationed there kept a watchful eye on the temple courts from its towers. The true center of power was the temple itself and the men who controlled it. At the apex of the Jewish religious establishment sat the high priest, and the high priest during these years was a man named Joseph bar Caiaphas, known simply as Caiaphas. He had held the position for an unusually long time, which in itself tells you something important about him. High priests served at the pleasure of the Roman prefect, and any high priest who lasted more than a few years had clearly mastered the art of keeping Rome satisfied without alienating his own people beyond repair. Caiaphas was a pragmatist. He understood that the temple's survival, and with it the survival of the Jewish faith as a living, breathing daily practice, depended on maintaining a delicate arrangement with the occupying power. Rome allowed Jewish worship. Rome allowed the temple sacrifices. Rome even allowed the Sanhedrin, the supreme council of Jewish elders and scholars, to adjudicate most matters of religious law. In return, Rome expected taxes to be collected, order to be maintained, and no one, absolutely no one, to start talking about the overthrow of Caesar. Behind Caiaphas, and perhaps more powerful than him, despite no longer holding the formal title, was his father-in-law Annas. Annas had been high priest himself years earlier, and though he had been deposed by a previous Roman governor, his influence had never waned. 5 of his sons would go on to hold the high priesthood, and Caiaphas, his son-in-law, was widely understood to operate within the orbit of the old man's authority. The house of Annas was a dynasty in all but name, a family that controlled the most lucrative and sacred institution in the Jewish world. And it was lucrative. The temple was not only a place of worship, it was an economic engine of extraordinary power. Every Jewish male over the age of 20 was required to pay an annual temple tax, and because Roman currency, stamped with the image of the emperor, was considered idolatrous and unfit for sacred use, that currency had to be exchanged for Tyrian shekels at the tables of the money changers who operated in the temple's outer courts. The exchange rates were not generous. Additionally, animals for sacrifice, lambs, doves, cattle, could be purchased from temple-approved vendors at prices that bore little relation to what the same animals cost in the markets outside. The temple establishment was, among many other things, a business, and the family of Annas sat at the top of it. But the priesthood and its politics were only one layer of a society that was fractured in ways that made governance a constant negotiation. The Jewish world of the first century was not a monolith. It was an argument, and the argument had been going on for centuries. The Pharisees, the most visible and vocal of the religious parties, believed that the law of Moses applied to every aspect of daily life, and that the oral traditions interpreting that law were as binding as the written text itself. They were scholars, teachers, and synagogue leaders, and they commanded enormous respect among the common people. They believed in the resurrection of the dead, in angels and spirits, and in a coming age when God would intervene decisively in human history. The Sadducees, by contrast, were the party of the aristocratic priesthood. They accepted only the written Torah as authoritative, rejected the notion of bodily resurrection, and tended to view the Pharisees' elaborate interpretive traditions with something between skepticism and contempt. The Sadducees were wealthier. more politically connected, and far more comfortable collaborating with Rome, which made them powerful in the halls of the temple and deeply suspect in the villages of Galilee. Then there were the Zealots, though whether they constituted an organized movement at this precise moment in history, or were more of a persistent undercurrent of armed resistance, remains a matter the ancient writers did not settle for us. What is certain is that the impulse they represented, the conviction that God's people should not be ruled by pagans, and that armed revolt was not only justified but divinely mandated, was alive and burning in the hearts of many ordinary Jews. Within living memory, uprisings had erupted across the province. After Herod the Great's death, revolts had broken out simultaneously in Galilee, Perea, and Judea itself, and the Roman general Varus had crushed them with a savagery that left 2,000 men crucified along the roadsides of Jerusalem. Crucifixion was Rome's signature punishment for rebels, and its purpose was not merely execution but communication. This is what happens. The crosses stood at major intersections and along well-traveled roads, and the bodies were left to rot in public view. Every Jew who passed one understood the message. And every Jew who passed one and felt not submission but fury was a potential zealot, whether or not he had yet picked up a sword. And finally, removed from the noise and corruption of the cities, communities of devout Jews had withdrawn into the wilderness to wait. The Essenes, as later writers would call them, lived in austere desert communes, where they practiced ritual purity, studied scripture, and prepared themselves for a cosmic battle between the forces of light and darkness that they believed was imminent. They had abandoned the temple, which they considered defiled by an illegitimate priesthood. They had abandoned ordinary society, which they considered hopelessly compromised by Roman influence. They lived in expectation of a figure, or perhaps two figures, an anointed priest and an anointed king, who would arrive to purify the nation and usher in the age of God's direct rule. The scrolls they left behind, discovered 2,000 years later in caves near the Dead Sea, reveal a community vibrating with apocalyptic urgency, convinced that they were living in the last days. This, then, was the landscape: a conquered people, an occupied city, a temple that was simultaneously the house of God and a complex financial institution, a priesthood that walked a tightrope between faith and political survival, and beneath it all, running like a underground river through every synagogue and marketplace and family dinner table, the expectation that God was about to act. The Hebrew scriptures were saturated with promises that a Messiah, an anointed one, would come. The prophets had spoken of a descendant of King David who would restore Israel, break the power of its oppressors, and establish a kingdom of justice and peace that would have no end. What exactly this meant, what the Messiah would look like, how he would arrive, what he would do first, these questions had produced centuries of debate, speculation, and passionate disagreement. Some expected a warrior king who would drive out the Romans at the head of an angelic army. Some expected a priestly figure who would purify the temple and restore proper worship. Some expected a heavenly being who would descend from the clouds in glory, as the prophet Daniel had described, and inaugurate the final judgment of the world. Some expected all of these things at once. What almost no one expected, what almost no one could have expected, was what actually happened. Into this volatile mixture, the calendar now introduced its most dangerous ingredient: Passover. Of all the festivals in the Jewish year, Passover was the most attended, the most emotionally charged, and the most politically volatile. It commemorated the Exodus, the foundational event of Jewish identity, the night when God had struck down the firstborn of Egypt and led his people out of slavery into freedom. The entire narrative of Passover was a story about liberation from an oppressive empire, and the parallels with the present moment were so obvious that they required no commentary. Every family that gathered around the Passover table and retold the story of Pharaoh's defeat was, whether they intended it or not, telling a story about the possibility that the current Pharaoh the one who wore a toga instead of a headdress might also be overthrown. Rome knew this. Pilate knew this. And that is why every Passover the Roman prefect left his comfortable palace in Caesarea and traveled to Jerusalem with a significantly reinforced military escort. The population of Jerusalem, normally around 40,000, swelled during Passover to perhaps 250,000, possibly more. Pilgrims poured in from every corner of the Jewish world, from the villages of Galilee in the north, from the wealthy Jewish communities of Alexandria and Antioch, from Babylon and beyond. They came on foot and on donkeys, in caravans and in family groups, carrying their temple tax and their sacrificial animals, camping on the hillsides around the city when the inns overflowed. The narrow streets became almost impassable. The noise was tremendous. Vendors shouting, animals bleating, children crying, pilgrims singing the psalms of ascent as they climbed the steps toward the Temple Mount. The air was thick with dust and cooking smoke and the metallic smell of blood from the slaughterhouse atmosphere of the temple courts, where tens of thousands of lambs would be killed in the space of a few hours on the afternoon before the Passover meal. Roman soldiers lined the colonnades of the temple, watching the crowds from elevated positions with the practiced alertness of men who had been told that trouble could start at any moment. And trouble did start, regularly. The historian Josephus, writing a few decades later, recorded multiple incidents of Passover violence. Riots sparked by a Roman soldier's obscene gesture toward the temple, stampedes caused by false alarms, and on one occasion, a disturbance so severe that thousands were crushed to death in the narrow passages around the temple gates. Pilate had learned from these incidents. He had also learned from his own mistakes, the affair of the military standards, a later incident involving the use of temple funds to build an aqueduct that had provoked another near riot. He had learned that Jerusalem during Passover was a city balanced on a blade's edge, where a single provocative act, a single inflammatory speech, a single figure claiming divine authority could push the entire population from simmering resentment into open revolt. And open revolt would mean Roman legions, Roman siege engines, and Roman crosses lining every road from Jerusalem to Jericho. The priests understood this too. Caiaphas, whatever his private feelings about the occupation, understood that the worst possible outcome was a confrontation that Rome would win, because Rome always won, and the price of losing would not be measured in pride, but in the destruction of the temple itself, the annihilation of the very thing he had spent his career trying to protect. Caiaphas was not a villain in his own mind. He was a guardian. He was the man who stood between the raw power of empire and the fragile sacred institution that was the beating heart of Jewish religious life. If keeping the temple standing required cooperation with Pilate, he would cooperate. If it required silencing troublemakers, he would silence them. If it required the occasional sacrifice of an individual for the sake of the nation, well, that was a calculation every leader in history has eventually been forced to make. And Caiaphas was not the sort of man who flinched from arithmetic. This was the city then, in the days before everything changed. A city of extraordinary beauty and desperate tension. A city where the sacred and the political were so entangled that to pull on one thread was to unravel the other. A city where half a dozen factions watched each other with suspicion, where Roman soldiers gripped their swords a little tighter as the festival crowds thickened, where priests counted money in the temple's inner chambers, and zealots sharpened daggers beneath their cloaks. A city waiting, though it did not know for what. A city on the edge, and somewhere to the east, on the far side of the Mount of Olives, on the road that wound up from Jericho through the barren Judean hills, a man was walking toward it. He had 12 men with him, and a larger crowd of followers trailing behind. And he had told his closest companions, in terms they found impossible to accept, exactly what was going to happen to him when he arrived. They did not believe him. They could not believe him. They had seen him heal the sick and raise the dead, and speak with an authority that made the Pharisees stammer and the crowds fall silent. Whatever was waiting in Jerusalem, they were certain it was glory. The man on the road was not what anyone expected. That was, in a sense, the entire problem. He came from Nazareth, a village in Lower Galilee, so small and so unremarkable that when one of his earliest followers first heard where he was from, the response was immediate and unguarded. Can anything good come from Nazareth? It was not a cruel question. It was an honest one. Nazareth sat in a limestone ridge above the Jezreel Valley, home to a few hundred people who worked the soil and tended small herds and lived lives of grinding rural obscurity. It had no mention in the Hebrew Scriptures. It had produced no prophets, no scholars, no warriors of note. It was the kind of place people left if they could and endured if they could not. And the man who had grown up there, who had spent the better part of 30 years working as a tecton, a craftsman who shaped wood and stone with his hands, had no formal rabbinical training, no priestly lineage, no wealth, no army, and no political connections whatsoever. His name was Yeshua, son of Joseph, and the world would come to know him as Jesus of Nazareth. His mother, Miriam, known to later generations as Mary, had raised him in circumstances that were modest even by Galilean standards. His father, Joseph, was a working man, and Jesus had learned the trade alongside him, callousing his hands on chisels and planes, building doors and yokes and roof beams for the people of his village and the surrounding towns. He would have spoken Aramaic as his mother tongue, with enough Hebrew to read from the Torah scrolls in the synagogue, and possibly enough Greek to barter with the merchants who passed through nearby Sepphoris. A larger and more cosmopolitan city, just an hour's walk from Nazareth. For 3 decades, that was the whole of it. A craftsman in a forgotten village, indistinguishable from 1,000 other young Jewish men in Galilee, living under occupation, saying his prayers, waiting for whatever it was that God had promised. And then, somewhere around the age of 30, everything changed. The catalyst was a wild man in the Jordan Valley. John, called the Baptist, was the son of a priest named Zechariah, but he had not followed his father into the temple establishment. He had gone the other way entirely, into the wilderness east of Jerusalem, where he wore rough garments of camel hair, ate locusts and wild honey, and preached with a ferocity that drew crowds from across the province. John's message was simple and searing. Repent, for the kingdom of God is at hand. He was not polite about it. When Pharisees and Sadducees came to hear him, he called them a brood of vipers and demanded to know who had warned them to flee the coming wrath. He told soldiers to stop extorting people. He told tax collectors to stop skimming. He dunked people in the muddy waters of the Jordan in a ritual of repentance that was as physically shocking as it was spiritually radical, and he spoke constantly of one who was coming after him, someone greater, someone whose sandals he was not worthy to untie. The one who was coming, John said, would baptize not with water but with the Holy Spirit and with fire. Jesus came to the Jordan and asked John to baptize him. John hesitated, recognizing something in his cousin that made the request feel inverted, as though the greater was asking the lesser for a favor. But Jesus insisted, and when he rose from the water, something happened that the gospel accounts describe with startling specificity. The heavens opened, the Spirit of God descended like a dove, and a voice spoke from above, declaring him beloved. Whatever one makes of this moment, whether one reads it as literal supernatural event or as the literary expression of a profound internal transformation, what followed is not in dispute. Jesus walked away from the Jordan a different man than the one who had walked in, or perhaps the same man who had always been there, now finally revealed. He did not go home. He went into the desert. 40 days alone in the Judean wilderness, a landscape of baked rock and empty wadis, where temperatures soared during the day and plummeted at night, where jackals howled in the darkness, and the silence between their cries was vast enough to lose yourself in. The Gospels describe this period as a time of testing, a confrontation with the devil himself, who offered Jesus power, glory, and dominion over every kingdom on earth in exchange for his worship. Jesus refused each offer, quoting Scripture with the quiet precision of a man who knew exactly who he was and what he had come to do. He emerged from the wilderness, gaunt and sunburned and absolutely certain, and he began to preach. His early ministry unfolded in the villages and fishing towns around the Sea of Galilee, a freshwater lake ringed by hills where the local economy ran on fish, grain, and the constant low hum of Roman taxation. Capernaum became something like a home base, a lakeside town where the fisherman Simon, whom Jesus would rename Peter, had a house large enough to serve as a gathering place. It was here and in the surrounding countryside that the pattern of Jesus' public life established itself: teaching, healing, and confrontation, often all three in the space of a single afternoon. The teaching was unlike anything the people of Galilee had encountered. The rabbis of the synagogues taught by citing precedent, layering interpretation upon interpretation, always anchoring their authority in the words of earlier scholars. Jesus cited no one. He spoke on his own authority, and the phrases he used would have sent a chill through any trained theologian who heard them. You have heard it said, he would begin quoting the Torah itself, the very word of God as delivered to Moses on Sinai. But I say to you, that construction, that casual overriding of Mosaic law with his own personal declaration, was not the behavior of a rabbi. It was not even the behavior of a prophet. The prophets had always said, "Thus says the Lord." Jesus said, "I say to you." The implication was either breathtaking or blasphemous, depending entirely on whether he was right. And what he said was strange. Blessed are the poor in spirit. Blessed are those who mourn. Blessed are the meek, for they shall inherit the earth. In a world that worshipped strength and feared weakness, in a culture that read military defeat as divine punishment and material prosperity as divine favor, Jesus inverted every assumption. He told people to love their enemies. He told them to pray for those who persecuted them. He told a rich young man to sell everything he owned and give the money to the poor. And when the young man walked away in sorrow because he had great wealth, Jesus turned to his disciples and said it was easier for a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. He spoke in parables, stories drawn from daily life, farmers sowing seed, women searching for lost coins, fathers welcoming home wayward sons, that operated on multiple levels simultaneously, offering the casual listener a pleasant tale and the attentive one a depth charge that could rearrange everything they thought they knew about God. But it was not only the teaching that drew the crowds, it was the healings. The accounts are relentless in their specificity. A man with a withered hand restored in the middle of a synagogue service. A woman who had been bleeding for 12 years, healed by touching the hem of his garment. A paralyzed man lowered through a hole cut in a roof by his friends, because the crowd around Jesus was too thick to penetrate, told to pick up his mat and walk, and doing so, lepers were cleansed. The blind received sight. The deaf heard. The mute spoke. Whatever one believes about these events, the effect they had on the people who witnessed them, or believed they had witnessed them, is not in question. Word spread through Galilee like fire through dry grass. Crowds began to follow him in numbers that alarmed both the religious authorities and the Roman administration. The Pharisees were the first to take serious notice, and their reaction was a complicated mixture of fascination, professional jealousy, and genuine theological alarm. Some Pharisees were drawn to Jesus. Nicodemus, a member of the Sanhedrin, came to him secretly at night to ask questions. A Pharisee named Simon invited him to dinner, but many others watched his growing popularity with mounting unease. He healed on the Sabbath, which they considered a violation of the law prohibiting work on the day of rest. When they confronted him about it, He did not apologize or offer a legal argument in his defense. He asked them whether it was lawful to do good on the Sabbath or to do evil, to save life or to kill, and the question left them speechless with rage because the answer was obvious. And the implication was that their enforcement of Sabbath law had become a mechanism for preventing the very goodness the law was meant to protect. He ate with tax collectors and sinners, people whom respectable society considered ritually unclean and morally contaminated. When the Pharisees objected, he told them that it was not the healthy who needed a doctor but the sick. He told a parable about a Pharisee and a tax collector praying in the temple, and in the parable it was the tax collector, the despised collaborator who beat his breast and begged for mercy, who went home justified before God, while the Pharisee, who thanked God that he was not like other men, did not. Stories like these did not merely challenge the Pharisees' authority, they humiliated them publicly. And humiliation is the one thing that men of learning and status find hardest to forgive. He also forgave sins, which was considerably more alarming than breaking Sabbath conventions. When a paralyzed man was brought before him and Jesus told the man his sins were forgiven, the scribes in the room exchanged looks of horror. Only God could forgive sins. For a man to claim that power was, in their understanding, blasphemy, a crime punishable by death under Jewish law. Jesus, aware of exactly what they were thinking, asked them which was easier, to say, "Your sins are forgiven," or to say, "Rise and walk," and then told the paralyzed man to get up, pick up his mat, and go home. The man did. The crowd was astonished. The scribes were terrified. And the question that would hang over the entire ministry, whispered in marketplaces and debated in back rooms and shouted across dinner tables, crystallized into its sharpest form: who is this man? He chose 12 men as his inner circle, and the selection was itself a statement. 12, the number of the tribes of Israel, the foundational number of the Jewish nation. He was not merely gathering students. He was symbolically reconstituting the people of God. And the men he chose were not scholars or priests or men of influence. They were fishermen, a tax collector, a zealot, and a collection of ordinary Galileans whose primary qualifications appeared to be their willingness to drop everything and follow a man they barely knew. Simon Peter was impulsive, loud, and prone to speaking before thinking. James and John, the sons of Zebedee, were ambitious enough that Jesus nicknamed them sons of thunder. Matthew had been a tax collector, which meant he had worked for the Roman system of revenue extraction that bled the poor and enriched the compliant, making him an object of contempt for every patriotic Jew. Simon the Zealot, if his name indicated his political sympathies, had belonged to the movement dedicated to the violent overthrow of Rome. The fact that Jesus placed a former tax collector and a former zealot in the same small group and expected them to function as brothers tells you something about either his sense of humor or his understanding of redemption, and possibly both. And then there was Judas Iscariot. The surname has been endlessly debated. Some derive it from Kerioth, a town in southern Judea, which would make Judas the only non-Galilean among the 12. Others connect it to the Sicarii, the dagger-wielding assassins who would later terrorize Jerusalem in the lead-up to the Jewish revolt. What is certain is that Judas was trusted. He was given charge of the group's money, a practical responsibility that required competence and at least a measure of the others' confidence. He was present for the miracles, the teachings, the private conversations. He heard everything the others heard. He saw everything they saw. And whatever it was that eventually turned him, whether greed, disillusionment, a political calculation gone horribly wrong, or something darker and more mysterious that the gospel writers themselves seem unable or unwilling to fully explain, it had not yet surfaced. For now he was one of the 12, walking the same dusty roads, sleeping under the same open skies, watching the same man do things that no one could explain. The ministry expanded. Jesus sent the 12 out in pairs to preach and heal on their own, and later appointed 72 others for the same purpose. He fed 5,000 people with 5 loaves of bread and 2 fish, a miracle so widely reported that it appears in all 4 gospel accounts, the only miracle apart from the resurrection to do so. After the feeding, the crowd was so overwhelmed that they tried to seize him and make him king by force, and Jesus, rather than accepting the crown they offered, withdrew alone into the hills. He walked on water. He calmed a storm with a word. He drove demons out of a man in the region of the Gerasenes, a man so violently possessed that he lived among the tombs and could not be restrained even with chains, and when the demons left him, they entered a herd of pigs that stampeded off a cliff into the sea. The locals, more frightened by the miracle than they had been by the madman, asked Jesus to leave their region immediately. The opposition intensified in proportion to the fame. The Pharisees began sending delegations to challenge him publicly, testing him with questions designed to trap him into either heresy or sedition. They asked whether it was lawful to pay taxes to Caesar, a question engineered so that any answer would destroy him. Say yes, and the crowds would abandon him as a Roman sympathizer. Say no, and the Romans would arrest him as a rebel. Jesus asked for a coin, held it up, asked whose image was on it, and when they said Caesar's, told them to render unto Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and unto God the things that are God's. It was the kind of answer that made his enemies grind their teeth, because it was brilliant, and because brilliance in a man you are trying to discredit is the most infuriating quality imaginable. He clashed with the Sadducees too, who tried to embarrass him with a hypothetical puzzle about the resurrection, in which they did not believe. He answered them with a reading of Scripture so incisive that some of the Pharisees, who were normally his critics, openly applauded. He called the scribes and Pharisees hypocrites to their faces, whitewashed tombs that looked beautiful on the outside but were full of dead bones within. He accused them of loading heavy burdens on people's shoulders while refusing to lift a finger to help carry them. He said they shut the kingdom of heaven in people's faces, neither entering themselves nor allowing others to enter. These were not diplomatic disagreements between scholars. These were declarations of war, spoken in public, heard by thousands, and remembered by everyone. By the time Jesus turned his face toward Jerusalem for the final time, the question of what to do about him had become urgent for the authorities. He had been a regional phenomenon for perhaps 3 years, but his fame had long since outgrown the boundaries of Galilee. People came to hear him from Judea, from beyond the Jordan, from the coastal cities of Tyre and Sidon. Herod Antipas, the tetrarch of Galilee and the man who had executed John the Baptist by beheading him at the request of his stepdaughter during a banquet, had been asking nervous questions about Jesus for some time. Some of Herod's courtiers whispered that Jesus was John the Baptist risen from the dead, a rumor that evidently troubled Herod as well it might have, given that he was the one who had ordered John's head served on a platter. The Pharisees, or at least a faction of them, actually warned Jesus to leave Galilee because Herod wanted to kill him. Jesus' response was characteristically defiant. "Go tell that fox," he said, using a term of contempt that would have made anyone within earshot draw a sharp breath, "that I cast out demons and perform healings today and tomorrow, and on the 3rd day I reach my goal." But it was an event in the village of Bethany, a small settlement on the eastern slope of the Mount of Olives, barely 2 miles from Jerusalem, that forced the crisis to its breaking point. Jesus had friends in Bethany, a family he was close to. 2 sisters named Martha and Mary, and their brother Lazarus. Word reached Jesus, while he was teaching in the region beyond the Jordan, that Lazarus was gravely ill. The sisters sent an urgent message, assuming that Jesus would come immediately. He did not. He stayed where he was for 2 more days, a delay that has puzzled and troubled readers for 2,000 years. By the time he finally set out for Bethany, Lazarus was dead. He had been in the tomb for 4 days. Martha met Jesus on the road before he reached the village. and her greeting was an accusation wrapped in faith. "Lord, if you had been here, my brother would not have died." Jesus told her that her brother would rise again. Martha, dutiful and orthodox, said she knew he would rise again in the resurrection on the last day, the standard Pharisaic belief in a future general resurrection. Jesus looked at her and said something that no rabbi, no prophet, no priest in the history of Israel had ever said: "I am the resurrection and the life. Whoever believes in me, though he die, yet shall he live." It was not a teaching about the resurrection. It was a claim to be the resurrection, to embody in his own person the power over death itself. Martha, to her everlasting credit, did not argue. She said, "Yes, Lord, I believe that you are the Christ, the Son of God who is coming into the world." When Mary came to him weeping, surrounded by mourners from the village, Jesus wept too. The Greek text specifies the shortest verse in the entire Bible with devastating economy. Jesus wept. The tears of a man who had the power to reverse what had happened, but who still felt the weight of what death meant, what it cost, what it stole from the living. He went to the tomb, a cave sealed with a stone. He told them to remove the stone. Martha, practical even in her grief, warned him that there would be a stench, because Lazarus had been dead 4 days. Jesus asked her whether he had not told her that if she believed, she would see the glory of God. They rolled the stone away. Jesus looked up, prayed aloud to his Father, and then cried out in a loud voice, "Lazarus, come out!" And Lazarus came out. Still wrapped in his burial cloths, his hands and feet bound with linen strips, his face covered with a cloth, he walked out of the tomb and into the sunlight. The mourners froze. Some screamed. Some fell to the ground. The dead man stood blinking in the daylight, and Jesus, with a calmness that bordered on the surreal, simply said, "Unbind him and let him go." The raising of Lazarus sent a shockwave through the region. Many who witnessed it believed in Jesus on the spot, but others went immediately to the Pharisees and reported what had happened, and the Pharisees, along with the chief priests, called an emergency session of the Sanhedrin. The discussion, as recorded in the Gospel of John, is one of the most revealing passages in the entire New Testament, because it strips away every theological objection and reveals the raw political calculus underneath. They did not debate whether the miracle was real. They did not question whether Lazarus had actually been dead. Their concern was entirely practical. "This man is performing many signs," they said. "If we let him go on like this, everyone will believe in him, and then the Romans will come and take away both our place and our nation." It was Caiaphas who cut through the hand-wringing with the cold clarity of a man who had spent his career managing exactly this kind of crisis. "You know nothing at all," he told the council. "You do not realize that it is better for one man to die for the people than for the whole nation to be destroyed." The gospel writer notes with heavy irony that Caiaphas spoke more truly than he knew, but in the moment, the meaning was plain. Kill Jesus. Remove the threat. Preserve the temple, the priesthood, and the fragile arrangement with Rome that kept the whole structure from collapsing. From that day on, the council began actively planning how to put him to death. Jesus withdrew. He stopped moving openly among the people and took his disciples to a town called Ephraim, near the wilderness, where he waited. He knew what was coming. He had told his disciples repeatedly, in language that could not have been clearer, that he was going to Jerusalem to suffer, to be rejected by the elders and chief priests and scribes, to be condemned to death, and to be killed. Peter had once rebuked him for saying this, pulling him aside and insisting that such things could never happen to the Son of God, and Jesus had turned on Peter with a ferocity that stunned everyone present. "Get behind me, Satan," he said, "because you are not setting your mind on the things of God, but on the things of men." The disciples heard these predictions and could not absorb them. They had built their understanding of who Jesus was around, categories that did not include defeat. The Messiah was supposed to conquer, The Messiah was supposed to reign. The Messiah was not supposed to die. And yet he set his face toward Jerusalem. The Gospel of Luke uses that phrase with deliberate weight. He set his face. It is the language of resolve, of a decision made and sealed, of a man walking into something with his eyes wide open. He gathered the 12 and told them one last time, "We are going up to Jerusalem, and everything written by the prophets about the Son of Man will be fulfilled. He will be delivered over to the Gentiles, mocked, insulted, spat upon, flogged, and killed. And on the third day he will rise again." Luke adds, with an honesty that borders on the painful, that the disciples understood none of these things. The meaning was hidden from them. They did not grasp what he was saying. So they walked. They came down from Ephraim and joined the streams of Passover pilgrims heading south along the Jordan Valley, then turned west and began the steep climb from Jericho toward Jerusalem, a road that rose 3,000 feet in 15 miles through some of the most desolate terrain in the province. Somewhere on that road, a blind beggar named Bartimaeus heard the commotion of the passing crowd and asked what was happening. When told that Jesus of Nazareth was passing by, he began shouting at the top of his lungs, "Jesus, Son of David, have mercy on me!" The crowd tried to silence him. He shouted louder. Jesus stopped, called for him, and asked what he wanted. "Lord," Bartimaeus said, "let me recover my sight." Jesus told him his faith had healed him, and immediately Bartimaeus could see, and he followed Jesus up the road toward the city. Son of David. The title Bartimaeus used was not casual. It was the messianic title, the designation for the promised king who would restore Israel. A blind beggar on the side of the road in Jericho could see what the scribes and Pharisees and Sadducees and even the 12 disciples could not or would not. And as the procession continued climbing, as Jerusalem drew nearer and the golden roof of the temple began to catch the afternoon sun on the horizon, the excitement in the crowd was building toward something that felt less like a pilgrimage and more like an inauguration. They believed they were following a king to his coronation. He knew he was walking to his death. Both of these things were, in a way that neither side yet understood, true. They reached Bethany as the sun was going down on the Friday before Passover week, 6 days before the festival. Lazarus was there, alive, breathing, eating dinner, a man who had been 4 days dead, sitting at the table as though nothing had happened. Mary, his sister, took a jar of pure nard, an ointment so expensive that it was worth roughly a year's wages for a common laborer, and poured it over Jesus' feet, wiping them with her hair. The fragrance filled the entire house. Judas Iscariot objected, asking why the perfume had not been sold and the money given to the poor, and the Gospel of John notes, with pointed coldness, that Judas said this not because he cared about the poor, but because he was a thief who helped himself from the common purse. Jesus silenced the objection. "Leave her alone," he said. "She has kept this for the day of my burial. The poor you will always have with you, but you will not always have me. The poor you will not always have with you." It was a strange thing to say, and the disciples must have felt the chill of it, even as they sat in the warm lamplight of that Bethany dining room, the smell of nard thick in the air, the sound of conversation and laughter covering whatever silence briefly fell. He was telling them again that he was about to die, and they were again unable to hear it. Outside, in the darkness beyond the house, the road to Jerusalem waited 2 miles, a short walk on any other day. On this day, the distance between Bethany and the city gates was the distance between the old world and the new one, between promise and fulfillment, between everything that had been and everything that was about to be. News had spread through Jerusalem that Jesus was in Bethany, and that Lazarus, the man he had raised from the dead, was with him. Large crowds began making the walk from the city to see not only Jesus, but Lazarus, because a man who had been dead and was now alive was the kind of spectacle that no amount of theological controversy could diminish. The chief priests, alarmed by the growing frenzy, made plans to kill Lazarus as well. because his mere existence was converting people to faith in Jesus faster than any sermon could have. They wanted to erase the evidence. They wanted to put the dead man back in his grave and seal it permanently this time. But you cannot unring a bell, and the bell that had rung in Bethany was still echoing through every street and alleyway in Jerusalem when the sun rose on the first day of the week. Dawn came early on that Sunday morning, and with it the particular quality of spring light that turns the limestone hills east of Jerusalem the color of warm bread. The air was cool, not cold, carrying the smell of wild thyme and the faint sweetness of almond blossoms that dotted the terraced slopes between Bethany and the Mount of Olives. Pilgrims who had camped on the hillsides were already stirring, rolling up sleeping mats, rekindling small fires, and preparing for another day in which the holy city would swell a little further toward bursting. And in Bethany, in the house where the scent of nard still lingered from the night before, Jesus rose and told his disciples that the time had come to enter Jerusalem. He did not simply walk. He orchestrated. This is one of the most striking details of the entire episode, and it is easy to miss in the familiarity of the story. What happened on the road from Bethany to Jerusalem was not spontaneous. It was planned, down to the animal. Jesus sent 2 of his disciples ahead into a nearby village, which some accounts name Bethphage, and gave them instructions so precise that they bordered on the uncanny. "You will find a donkey tied there," he told them, "and a colt with her that no one has ever ridden. Untie them and bring them to me. If anyone asks you what you are doing, say that the Lord needs them and will send them back shortly." The disciples went and found everything exactly as he had described. They brought the donkey and its colt, draped their cloaks over the colt's back as a makeshift saddle, and Jesus mounted it. The choice of animal was not incidental. It was, for anyone literate in the Hebrew Scriptures, a thunderclap. 500 years earlier, the prophet Zechariah had written a passage that every Jew with a synagogue education would have known. "Rejoice greatly, O daughter of Zion. Shout aloud, O daughter of Jerusalem. Behold, your king is coming to you, righteous and having salvation, humble and mounted on a donkey, on a colt, the foal of a donkey." A king on a war horse meant conquest by force. A king on a donkey meant peace. Jesus was entering the capital not as a military liberator, but as something else entirely, something that fulfilled the prophecy while simultaneously confounding every expectation attached to it. The procession began to move. Down the eastern slope of the Mount of Olives, along the road that descended in a long curve toward the Kidron Valley before climbing again to the city walls, a crowd gathered with a speed and enthusiasm that suggests the ground had been prepared by days of conversation, rumor, and the wildfire story of Lazarus walking out of his tomb. People spread their cloaks on the road before him, a gesture of royal honor that echoed the moment in the Book of Kings when Jehu was proclaimed king, and his followers threw their garments on the steps beneath his feet. Others cut branches from the palm trees that grew in the valley and waved them as he passed, or laid them on the road to carpet his path. Palms were a national symbol, associated with triumph and celebration. They had appeared on the coins minted by the Maccabees a century and a half earlier, when Jewish freedom fighters had liberated Jerusalem from a previous pagan occupier. To wave palms at a man entering Jerusalem on a donkey in fulfillment of messianic prophecy was to make a statement that no one watching, Roman or Jewish, could fail to understand. And then the singing started. The pilgrims who thronged around Jesus began chanting from Psalm 118, one of the great Hallel psalms traditionally sung during the Passover season. "Hosanna!" they cried. "Blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord. Hosanna in the highest." The word Hosanna had an interesting double life. It was originally a cry for help, meaning, "Save us, we pray." But over the centuries it had evolved into an exclamation of praise, a shout of acclamation. On the lips of this crowd, on this road, at this moment, it carried both meanings simultaneously. Save us. We praise you. You are the one we have been waiting for." They added words that do not appear in the psalm. "Blessed is the coming kingdom of our father David." It was an explicitly political declaration, an announcement that the Davidic monarchy, dormant for 6 centuries, was being restored in the person of this man on this borrowed donkey. The noise was immense. The crowd was not a handful of followers. It was a mass of people, some who had come out from Jerusalem specifically to meet Jesus, and others who had been traveling with him from Galilee and the Jordan Valley, and who now found their numbers multiplied by the festival pilgrims already encamped around the city. The two groups merged into a single surging procession, and the sound of their chanting echoed off the valley walls and carried up to the ramparts of Jerusalem, where soldiers on watch would have heard it and reached instinctively for their weapons. Crowds in Jerusalem chanting about the kingdom of David were the precise nightmare that Pilate had stationed extra troops to prevent. Among the 12, the excitement must have been almost unbearable. For 3 years they had followed this man through the backwater villages of Galilee, enduring the mockery of the religious establishment and the constant threat of arrest. They had watched him refuse the crown when the crowds tried to make him king by force after the feeding of the 5,000. They had listened, bewildered and distressed, as he spoke of suffering and death. And now, finally, it was happening. He was entering Jerusalem to the roar of a crowd that was declaring him the Messiah, the Son of David, the King of Israel. James and John, who had once asked to sit at his right and left hand in his kingdom, must have felt vindication swelling in their chests. Peter, who had declared at Caesarea Philippi that Jesus was the Christ, the Son of the living God, was watching his confession confirmed by 10,000 voices. Even Judas, keeper of the purse, walking somewhere in the procession with the money bag at his side, must have felt the pull of the moment, the intoxicating possibility that everything was about to change. They were wrong about the nature of the change, all of them, but the feeling was real, and it was glorious, and for a few hours on that Sunday morning, the world looked exactly as they had always hoped it would. The Pharisees were watching too, and what they saw horrified them. Some of them pushed through the crowd to reach Jesus and shouted over the noise, "Teacher, rebuke your disciples! Tell them to stop!" The demand was half theological and half practical. Theologically, the crowd was making messianic claims about a man the Pharisees had not endorsed and did not trust. Practically, this kind of demonstration, with its Davidic language and its nationalistic overtones, was precisely the sort of thing that would provoke a Roman crackdown. If the soldiers in the Antonia fortress decided that this procession constituted sedition, the consequences would fall not only on Jesus and his followers, but on the entire city. The Pharisees were not wrong about the danger. They were simply unable to stop what was happening. Jesus' reply to them was extraordinary. If these were silent, he said, the very stones would cry out. It was a rebuke that operated on multiple levels. On one level, it was simply a statement that the moment was too significant to be suppressed. On another, it was an echo of the prophet Habakkuk, who had written that the stone would cry out from the wall when injustice had become unbearable. But on the deepest level, it was a claim about the nature of what was happening, that this entry into Jerusalem was not a human event that could be managed or controlled, but a cosmic one, woven into the fabric of creation itself, and that the creation would testify even if every human voice fell silent. The procession crested the Mount of Olives, and the whole city of Jerusalem lay before them. The view from that ridge is one of the most dramatic in the ancient world, and it has not changed in its essentials. The Temple Mount dominating the skyline, the golden roof of the sanctuary blazing in the morning sun, the city walls running along the ridgeline, the Kidron Valley falling away steeply below, and beyond it all, the Judean hills rolling toward the distant shimmer of the Dead Sea. For a Galilean peasant who had spent most of his life in a village of a few hundred people, the sight of Jerusalem in festival season, teeming and magnificent and terrible, would have been overwhelming. For the pilgrims in the crowd, many of whom made this journey only once in their lives. The first glimpse of the temple was a moment of religious ecstasy, the physical confirmation that the God they worshipped was real and present and dwelling in the midst of his people. Jesus looked at the city and wept. It was not the restrained weeping of a man at a funeral, the quiet tears he had shed at the tomb of Lazarus. The Greek word Luke uses describes loud, convulsive sobbing, the grief of a man watching something beautiful being destroyed. And as he wept, he spoke. And what he said was a prophecy so specific and so devastating that those who heard it must have felt the temperature drop. If you, even you, had only recognized on this day the things that make for peace, he said, but now they are hidden from your eyes. The days will come upon you when your enemies will set up ramparts around you and surround you and hem you in on every side. They will crush you to the ground, you and your children within you, and they will not leave one stone upon another, because you did not recognize the time of your visitation. He was describing the destruction of Jerusalem. He was describing it in terms that were both prophetic and, as it turned out, historically precise. In the year 70, roughly 40 years after this moment, the Roman general Titus would besiege Jerusalem with 4 legions. His soldiers would build a circumvallation wall around the entire city, exactly as Jesus described, trapping the population inside. The famine that followed was so severe that, according to Josephus, mothers ate their own children. When the Romans finally breached the walls, they burned the temple to the ground and dismantled it stone by stone to retrieve the gold that had melted between the blocks. Not one stone was left upon another. The prophecy was fulfilled with a literalness, that is, depending on one's perspective, either miraculous or simply the inevitable outcome of a political trajectory that an unusually perceptive observer could have predicted. Either way, Jesus saw it clearly on that Sunday morning, and it broke his heart. The crowd did not notice. They were still singing, still waving their palms, still caught up in the euphoria of the moment. The disconnect between what Jesus was feeling and what the crowd was feeling is one of the most poignant elements of the entire narrative. They were celebrating a coronation. He was mourning a funeral. They saw a king arriving in triumph. He saw a city that had been given its chance at peace and had not recognized it, and he knew what was coming next, not only for Jerusalem, but for himself. The procession entered the city through one of the eastern gates, and the effect on Jerusalem was immediate and electric. The whole city was stirred, Matthew writes, using a Greek word that literally means shaken, the same word used to describe the effect of an earthquake. People who had not been part of the procession came running to see what was happening, asking, "Who is this?" And the crowds answered, "This is the prophet Jesus from Nazareth in Galilee." Prophet. Not king, not Messiah, but prophet. The word choice may reflect the crowd's caution once inside the city walls, where Roman ears were everywhere, or it may reflect the confusion that ran through the entire event like a fault line. Was he a prophet? Was he the Messiah? Was he a king? Was he something that none of their categories could contain? The crowd did not agree, and in the days that followed, that disagreement would prove fatal. Jesus went directly to the temple. The crowds parted as he entered the outer courts, the court of the Gentiles, a vast open plaza surrounded by covered colonnades where the noise of commerce and worship mingled in a continuous roar. He looked around. He surveyed everything. Mark's account adds a detail that is easy to overlook, but that changes the texture of the story considerably. Since it was already late, he went out to Bethany with the 12. He did not act. He did not confront anyone. He simply looked, taking in the scene with the careful attention of a man who wanted to see clearly before he spoke. And then he turned around and walked back over the Mount of Olives to Bethany, where Lazarus and his sisters were waiting, and spent the night. The palms lay on the road behind him, already wilting in the evening air. The cloaks that had been spread in his path were gathered up, dusty and creased by their owners. The singing had stopped. Jerusalem settled into its evening routines, gates closing, lamps being lit, soldiers changing guard on the walls. The Sanhedrin met, or some of its members did, in the private chambers of the high priest's residence, and the conversation would have been tense and circular. What had happened that day was exactly what they had feared. A popular figure with messianic pretensions had entered the city to the acclamation of a massive crowd. He had come during Passover, when the population was swollen and emotions ran high. He had accepted, indeed appeared to have deliberately staged, a demonstration that invoked the Davidic covenant and the prophetic tradition in terms that could only be interpreted as a claim to kingship. And he was staying in Bethany with Lazarus, the living proof of his supernatural power, and he would almost certainly return to the temple in the morning. Caiaphas knew that every hour Jesus remained free, and public was an hour in which the situation could spiral beyond anyone's ability to control it. But arresting him now was impossible. The crowd that had escorted him into the city was too large, too enthusiastic, and too volatile. Any attempt to seize Jesus openly would risk exactly the kind of riot that Caiaphas had spent his entire career trying to prevent. And a riot during Passover, with Pilate already in Jerusalem and his soldiers already on high alert, would give Rome the pretext it needed to intervene directly, with consequences that Caiaphas could not afford to contemplate. The arrest would have to be done quietly, at night, away from the crowds. It would require inside information, someone who knew where Jesus slept, where he went when the crowds dispersed, how to find him in the dark. And that, as things turned out, was exactly what would be offered. But that was still days away. On this Sunday evening, with the stars appearing over the Mount of Olives and the last pilgrims settling into their camps around the city walls, Jerusalem held its breath. Something had happened that morning that could not be undone. A man had ridden into the city on a donkey, and the people had called him king, and he had looked at their beautiful city and wept over it, and nothing for anyone would ever be quite the same again. Morning came, and Jesus left Bethany hungry. It is a small detail, easily passed over, but it is worth pausing on because it is one of those moments where the narrative insists on his humanity with an almost stubborn specificity. He had not eaten breakfast. He was walking the 2 miles from Bethany to Jerusalem on an empty stomach. And when he saw a fig tree by the road, lush with leaves and promising fruit, he went to it looking for something to eat. He found nothing. The tree was barren, all show and no substance, with leaves everywhere and not a single fig among them. Mark adds, almost apologetically, that it was not the season for figs, which makes what happened next seem, at first glance, unreasonable. Jesus spoke to the tree. "May no one ever eat fruit from you again," he said. And he walked on, leaving his disciples staring at the tree and then at each other, unsure what they had just witnessed and entirely unable to guess what it meant. They would understand by the following morning. But first, there was the temple. He entered the outer courts for the second time, and this time he did not simply look. The court of the Gentiles was the only area of the temple complex where non-Jews were permitted to worship, the one space in the entire sacred precinct that was by design open to the wider world. It was supposed to be a place of prayer for all nations, as the prophet Isaiah had written. What it had become was something closer to a livestock market crossed with a currency exchange. The money changers sat at their tables beneath the colonnades, their coins stacked in neat columns, their rates posted for the pilgrims who needed to convert Roman denarii and Greek drachmas into the Tyrian shekels required for the temple tax. The animal merchants had their stalls nearby, selling doves to the poor and lambs and cattle to those who could afford them, all at prices inflated by the monopoly that the temple authorities granted to approved vendors. The noise was extraordinary. The lowing of cattle, the bleating of sheep, the cooing of doves in their wooden cages, the clink of coins, the shouting of merchants competing for customers, and beneath it all, the steady murmur of pilgrims trying to pray in a space that had been transformed into a commercial thoroughfare. Jesus made a whip. The Gospel of John specifies this detail with the care of an eyewitness. He fashioned it from cords, the kind of rough rope used to tether animals. It was not a weapon in any military sense. It was a herdsman's tool, and what he did with it was what a herdsman does when animals need to be moved. He drove them out. He overturned the tables of the money changers, sending coins scattering across the stone pavement in a cascade of silver that must have sounded like hail. He knocked over the benches of the dove sellers. He blocked the merchants who had been using the temple courts as a shortcut for carrying goods between the city's markets, refusing to let them treat the house of God as a commercial corridor. And as he moved through the chaos he had created, scattering livestock and sending money changers scrambling on their hands and knees to recover their coins, he shouted words that drew from two prophets simultaneously. "It is written," he said, "My house shall be called a house of prayer," quoting Isaiah. "But you have made it a den of robbers," quoting Jeremiah. The phrase, "den of robbers," was not merely an accusation of price gouging, though price gouging was certainly part of it. In Jeremiah's original context, the prophet had stood at the gates of the temple and warned the people of Jerusalem that they could not commit injustice all week and then come to the temple on the Sabbath and feel safe, as though the building itself were a talisman that made them immune from judgment. A den of robbers is not where robbers rob. It is where robbers hide after robbing. Jesus was not simply objecting to the commercialization of the temple courts. He was accusing the entire temple establishment of using the sacred space as a cover for systemic exploitation, a place where the machinery of religious obligation had been converted into a mechanism for extracting money from people who had no choice but to pay. The reaction was immediate and divided. The chief priests and the scribes heard what he had done and began looking for a way to kill him. Mark records this with blunt clarity. They feared him because the whole crowd was amazed at his teaching. The amazement of the crowd was their protection and their problem. As long as the people supported Jesus, any move against him would provoke exactly the kind of unrest that the authorities were desperate to avoid. But the cleansing of the temple was not merely a public relations challenge for the priesthood. It was an assault on their economic base, their institutional authority, and their carefully maintained arrangement with Rome. The money changers and animal merchants operated under licenses granted by the high priestly family. The revenues from the temple market flowed upward through a system that enriched the Sadducean aristocracy. To drive out the merchants was to challenge the financial structure that undergirded the entire religious establishment. And to do it publicly, in the packed courts of the temple during Passover week, was to do it in the most humiliating way possible. Jesus did not leave after the confrontation. He stayed in the temple courts and began teaching, and the crowds pressed in to listen with an intensity that made it impossible for the authorities to act against him. He healed the blind and the lame who came to him in the temple, which enraged the chief priests further, because healing in the temple was an implicit claim to a kind of authority that exceeded anything a wandering preacher from Galilee should possess. Children in the courts took up the cry from the day before, shouting Hosanna to the Son of David, and when the indignant priests demanded that Jesus silence them, he quoted from Psalm 8, "Have you never read that out of the mouths of infants and nursing babies you have prepared praise?" The quotation was a scalpel. The psalm in question was about the majesty of God, and by applying it to the children's acclamation of himself, Jesus was making a claim so audacious that spelling it out would have been less shocking than the quiet way he let it sit. When evening came, he withdrew again to Bethany. He had made the temple his stage and the priesthood his antagonist, and he had done so in a manner that left no room for compromise. Whatever diplomatic space might have existed between Jesus and the religious authorities was now closed. He had not merely criticized the temple system, he had physically disrupted it, quoting prophets of judgment while doing so. For the chief priests, this was no longer a theological disagreement. It was an existential threat. The next morning, Tuesday, as Jesus and his disciples walked the road from Bethany to Jerusalem for the third time that week, Peter noticed the fig tree. It had withered overnight, completely, from the roots up. The leaves that had been so lush the previous morning were brown and brittle. The branches were dry. The thing was dead, killed by a word. Peter, astonished, pointed it out. "Rabbi, look, the fig tree you cursed has withered." Jesus used the moment to teach about faith and prayer, telling them that if they had faith and did not doubt, they could say to a mountain, "Be taken up and thrown into the sea," and it would happen. But beneath the lesson on faith lay the parable that the fig tree had been enacting since the previous morning, and it is impossible to miss its connection to what had happened in the temple. The fig tree was Israel. Or more precisely, the fig tree was the temple establishment. It was covered in leaves, impressive and prominent, displaying every outward sign of vitality and fruitfulness. But when you came to it looking for fruit, for the justice and mercy and faithfulness that the prophets had always insisted were the real purpose of Israel's covenant with God, you found nothing. All ceremony and no substance, all leaves and no figs. And the fate of the fig tree, withered from the roots, was Jesus' wordless prophecy of what was coming for the temple itself. He had wept over the city from the Mount of Olives. He had driven the merchants from the courts. And now, walking past a dead tree on the Bethany road, he had illustrated the judgment he believed God was about to bring against an institution that had failed in its fundamental purpose. The disciples did not yet see it. They were marveling at the speed of the withering. The deeper meaning would become clear only later, when the smoke from the temple's destruction rose over Jerusalem and the stones lay scattered where they had been thrown. Tuesday in the temple was the longest and most intellectually violent day of the entire week. Jesus returned to the courts and resumed teaching, and this time the authorities came for him directly, not with soldiers, but with questions designed to destroy him in front of the crowd. The chief priests and the elders approached first, demanding to know by what authority he was doing these things. It was a trap with teeth. If he claimed divine authority, they could charge him with blasphemy. If he claimed human authority, they could ask who had authorized him, since he had no rabbinical credentials and no institutional backing. If he refused to answer, he would look evasive. Jesus answered with a question of his own, a tactic that any skilled debater would recognize, but that few could execute with his precision. "The baptism of John," he said, "was it from heaven or from man? Answer me." The counter-question was devastating. If they said John's baptism was from heaven, Jesus would ask why they had not believed him. If they said it was from man, the crowd would turn on them, because the people universally regarded John as a prophet, and dismissing him publicly would be politically suicidal. The chief priests and elders conferred among themselves and arrived at the only safe answer, which was also the most humiliating one. "We do not know," they said. "Then neither will I tell you by what authority I do these things," Jesus replied, and the first round was over. But he was not finished. Having deflected their challenge, he went on the offensive with a series of parables that were aimed directly at the religious leadership, spoken in their presence, and understood by everyone listening as exactly what they were: accusations. The first was the parable of the 2 sons. A man had 2 sons and told both of them to go work in his vineyard. The first said, "No, I will not," but later changed his mind and went. The second said, "Yes, sir, I will go," but never did. Which of the 2, Jesus asked the chief priests, did the will of his father? The first, they answered, walking straight into the snare. Jesus turned the answer back on them. "Truly I tell you, the tax collectors and the prostitutes are entering the kingdom of God ahead of you." The insult was calculated and precise. Tax collectors and prostitutes, the 2 categories of people most despised by the religious establishment, were being held up as morally superior to the chief priests. The first son, the one who initially refused but then obeyed, represented the sinners who heard John's call to repentance and responded. The second son, All verbal compliance and no follow-through represented the religious leaders who expressed devotion to God with every fiber of their public behavior, but whose hearts were untouched. The second parable cut deeper. A landowner planted a vineyard, put a wall around it, dug a wine press, built a watchtower, and leased it to tenants before traveling to another country. When harvest time came, he sent servants to collect his share of the fruit. The tenants beat one servant, killed another, and stoned a third. The landowner sent more servants, and the tenants treated them the same way. Finally, he sent his son, thinking they would respect him. But the tenants saw the son and said to each other, "This is the heir. Come, let us kill him and take his inheritance." They seized him, threw him out of the vineyard, and killed him. The parable was transparent. The vineyard was Israel. The landowner was God. The tenants were the religious leaders. The servants were the prophets, beaten and killed throughout Israel's history. And the son was standing right in front of them, telling them the story of his own murder while they listened. Jesus asked them what the owner of the vineyard would do to those tenants, and either they or the crowd answered, "He will bring those wretches to a wretched end, and he will lease the vineyard to other tenants who will give him his fruit at harvest time." Jesus confirmed their answer with a quotation from Psalm 118, the same psalm the crowd had sung during his entry into Jerusalem 2 days earlier. "The stone the builders rejected has become the cornerstone. This was the Lord's doing, and it is marvelous in our eyes. Therefore I tell you, the kingdom of God will be taken away from you and given to a people producing its fruits." The chief priests understood perfectly that he was talking about them. They wanted to arrest him on the spot. The crowd made it impossible. A third parable followed, even more ominous. A king prepared a wedding banquet for his son and sent servants to call those who had been invited. They refused to come. He sent more servants, urging the guests to attend, describing the feast he had prepared. Some ignored the invitation and went about their business. Others seized the servants, mistreated them, and killed them. The king was enraged. He sent his armies, destroyed those murderers, and burned their city. Then he told his servants to go into the streets and invite anyone they could find, good and bad alike, and the wedding hall was filled. But when the king entered the hall, he noticed a man who was not wearing wedding clothes. "Friend," he said, "how did you get in here without wedding garments?" The man was speechless. The king ordered his servants to bind him hand and foot and throw him into the outer darkness. The parable was apocalyptic in its scope. The burned city was Jerusalem. The rejected invitation was the centuries of prophetic warning that Israel had ignored. The opening of the feast to strangers from the streets was the inclusion of Gentiles in the kingdom. And the man without wedding garments was a warning that even the new guests, even those invited at the last moment from the margins, could not presume upon grace without transformation. It was a parable about judgment, comprehensive and without escape, and it hung in the temple air like smoke. The Pharisees, stinging from the parables but undeterred, decided to try a different approach. They sent their disciples to Jesus, accompanied by a group of Herodians, supporters of the ruling Herod family, who were normally the Pharisees' political opponents. The fact that these two factions collaborated tells you how desperate the situation had become. They had found common cause in the need to bring Jesus down. The question they brought was the one about paying taxes to Caesar, polished to a lethal shine. "Teacher," they said, with flattery so thick it was almost comical, "we know that you are true, and teach the way of God truthfully, and do not care about anyone's opinion, for you are not swayed by appearances. Tell us, then, what you think. Is it lawful to pay taxes to Caesar or not?" Jesus called them hypocrites to their faces and asked to see the coin used for the tax. They handed him a denarius. "Whose likeness and inscription is this?" he asked. "Caesar's," they replied. "Then render to Caesar the things that are Caesar's, and to God the things that are God's." They went away marveling, which is to say, they went away defeated, because the answer was so perfectly balanced that it could not be used against him from either direction. The revolutionaries could hear in it a subtle assertion that God's claims trumped Caesar's. The Roman sympathizers could hear in it an endorsement of civic obligation. And Jesus, standing in the middle, had demonstrated a mastery of public rhetoric that made his opponents look like amateurs. The Sadducees tried next. Their question was designed to make the doctrine of resurrection look absurd, since they rejected it entirely. They presented a hypothetical. A woman married 7 brothers in succession, each dying without producing an heir, as required by the Mosaic law of levirate marriage. In the resurrection, they asked with barely concealed smugness, "Whose wife will she be?" Jesus told them they were wrong on 2 counts. They knew neither the Scriptures nor the power of God. In the resurrection, he said, people neither marry nor are given in marriage, but are like angels in heaven. And as for whether the dead are raised at all, he pointed them to the book of Exodus, where God said to Moses at the burning bush, "I am the God of Abraham, the God of Isaac, and the God of Jacob." He is not God of the dead, he said, but of the living. The argument was elegant. God spoke of the patriarchs in the present tense as beings with whom he had a living relationship, which meant they were not annihilated at death, but alive in some manner that the Sadducees' narrow theology had failed to account for. The crowd was astonished. Some of the scribes, who were themselves Pharisees and therefore believed in the resurrection, could not help but say, "Teacher, you have spoken well." One of these scribes, genuinely impressed rather than hostile, asked Jesus which commandment was the greatest. It was a serious question, not a trap. The Torah contained 613 commandments, and the question of how to prioritize them was a legitimate and ongoing rabbinical debate. Jesus answered with the Shema, the foundational prayer of Jewish faith. "Hear, O Israel, the Lord our God, the Lord is one. You shall love the Lord your God with all your heart and with all your soul and with all your mind and with all your strength." And then, without being asked, he added a second. "You shall love your neighbor as yourself." On these 2 commandments, he said, "Hang all the law and the prophets." The scribe agreed warmly, and Jesus told him he was not far from the kingdom of God. After that, Mark says, no one dared to ask him any more questions. The intellectual combat was over. Jesus had won every round, but he was not content to let the day end on defense. Having answered their questions, he now posed one of his own, and it was the most dangerous question of all. "How can the scribes say that the Christ is the son of David?" he asked. David himself, in the Holy Spirit, declared, "The Lord said to my Lord, sit at my right hand until I put your enemies under your feet." If David himself calls him Lord, how is he his son? The question was a riddle wrapped in a theological detonation. The expected Messiah was always described as David's son, a descendant who would inherit David's throne. But in Psalm 110, David calls the Messiah, "my Lord." And in Jewish culture, a father does not call his son Lord. The implication was that the Messiah was not merely David's descendant, but David's superior, a figure whose authority exceeded that of Israel's greatest king, a figure who was, in some way, that the riddle left deliberately unresolved, both human and something more than human. The large crowd listened to him with delight, Mark says. The scribes listened with something closer to dread. Then, with the crowd still pressing around him and the religious leaders still within earshot, Jesus delivered a sustained denunciation of the scribes and Pharisees that constitutes the most savage public address recorded in the Gospels. "Woe to you, scribes and Pharisees, hypocrites," he said, and repeated it 7 times. Each repetition building on the last like hammer blows on the same nail. "You shut the kingdom of heaven in people's faces. You travel across sea and land to make a single convert, and then you make him twice as much a child of hell as you are. You are blind guides who strain out a gnat but swallow a camel. You clean the outside of the cup, but inside you are full of greed and self-indulgence. You are like whitewashed tombs, beautiful on the outside but full of dead men's bones and all uncleanness. You build the tombs of the prophets and decorate the monuments of the righteous and say, "If we had lived in the days of our fathers, we would not have taken part with them in shedding the blood of the prophets." And in doing so, you testify against yourselves that you are the sons of those who murdered the prophets. Fill up then to the measure of your fathers. It was merciless. It was public. It was delivered in the temple courts, the scribe's own domain, in front of a crowd that hung on every word. There was no diplomatic language, no qualification, no attempt to distinguish between the institution and the individuals. Jesus was declaring that the religious leadership of Israel had betrayed its covenant with God, that its outward piety was a mask for inner corruption, and that the judgment coming upon them was the same judgment that had fallen on their ancestors who killed the prophets. The speech ended with a lament that shifted suddenly from fury to grief. "O Jerusalem, Jerusalem, the city that kills the prophets and stones those sent to her. How often I would have gathered your children together as a hen gathers her brood under her wings, and you were not willing. Behold, your house is left to you desolate." He left the temple. As he walked out, one of his disciples, perhaps trying to lighten the mood, perhaps genuinely awed, pointed at the massive stones of the temple walls and said, "Look, teacher, what wonderful stones and what wonderful buildings." Jesus' reply was the final word of a day that had been nothing but final words. "Do you see these great buildings? Not one stone will be left here upon another that will not be thrown down." They crossed the Kidron Valley and climbed the Mount of Olives, and as they sat on the hillside looking back at the temple, 4 of the disciples, Peter, James, John, and Andrew, asked him privately when these things would happen. What followed was a long discourse about the end times, about wars and rumors of wars, about false messiahs and great tribulations, about the sun being darkened and the stars falling from the sky, about the Son of Man coming in clouds with great power and glory. He told them to watch and be ready, because no one knew the day or the hour, not the angels in heaven, not even the Son, but only the Father. He told parables about servants left in charge while their master was away, about bridesmaids waiting for a bridegroom who arrived at midnight, about a master who entrusted talents to his servants and returned to settle accounts. The discourse was dense with apocalyptic imagery and practical warning, and it ended with a vision of the final judgment in which the Son of Man separated the nations as a shepherd separates sheep from goats, welcoming those who had fed the hungry, clothed the naked, and visited the imprisoned, and condemning those who had not. "Whatever you did for the least of these brothers and sisters of mine, you did for me," the Son of Man said. "And whatever you did not do for the least of these, you did not do for me." The sun set over Jerusalem. The golden roof of the temple caught the last light and held it for a moment before the shadows climbed the walls and swallowed it. Jesus sat on the hillside with his disciples, looking at the city that he loved and that would, within the week, kill him. The teachings were finished. The parables had been told. The warnings had been delivered. He had given them everything he had, every argument, every story, every image, every plea. What came next would not be a matter of words. Wednesday of Holy Week is the day that does not appear in the Gospels. There is no record of Jesus teaching in the temple, no confrontation with the authorities, no miracle, no parable. After the exhausting verbal warfare of Tuesday, after the denunciations and the apocalyptic discourse on the Mount of Olives, the narrative falls silent. Where Jesus spent this day, whether he remained in Bethany resting, or walked in the hills with his disciples, or sat alone somewhere beyond the reach of the crowds, no one recorded. The silence is itself a kind of story. It is the silence of the space between the lightning and the thunder, the pause in which everyone involved understood that something irreversible was about to happen and retreated to their separate corners to prepare for it. But if the day was quiet for Jesus, it was anything but quiet for the men who wanted him dead. The conspiracy had been building for months, but Tuesday's performance in the temple had transformed it from a simmering intention into an operational plan. The chief priests and the elders of the people gathered at the palace of Caiaphas, and the meeting had a single agenda: how to arrest Jesus by stealth and kill him. The word Matthew uses for stealth carries connotations of cunning and deceit. This was not going to be an open exercise of judicial authority. It was going to be a covert operation, and the reason for the secrecy was simple and humiliating. They were afraid of the people. The crowds that filled the temple courts during the day were overwhelmingly sympathetic to Jesus. Any attempt to seize him publicly would spark a riot, and a riot during Passover, with hundreds of thousands of pilgrims packed into a city already under the nervous surveillance of a reinforced Roman garrison, could escalate into exactly the kind of catastrophe that the priesthood existed to prevent. Not during the festival, they agreed. Let the crowds thin. Let the pilgrims go home. They would find their moment after Passover, when the city was quieter and the political temperature had dropped. It was a sensible plan. It was a patient plan. And it was about to be made completely unnecessary by a man who walked through the door and offered to hand Jesus over on a schedule that suited the priests far better than their own: Judas Iscariot. His name has become so synonymous with betrayal that it is difficult to see the man behind it, to reconstruct the human being who walked and ate and slept alongside Jesus for 3 years before turning on him. The Gospels do not make it easy. They are written from the other side of the catastrophe, and their portrait of Judas is inevitably colored by knowledge of what he did. John calls him a thief. Luke and John both attribute his actions to Satan, as though the betrayal was not entirely human in its origins, but required a supernatural push. Matthew records the price and the remorse. Mark says almost nothing about his motives at all, presenting the betrayal as a bald fact without psychological explanation. What we are left with is a figure who is simultaneously one of the most important actors in the story and one of the least understood. A man whose inner life the ancient writers either could not or would not illuminate. But the outlines of a human being can still be traced. He was, by all indications, the only Judean among the 12, the rest being Galileans. If the surname Iscariot derives from Kerioth, a village in southern Judea, then Judas was an outsider within the group, a man from a different region, with a different accent, and possibly different political expectations. He had been trusted with the group's finances, which suggests competence and a certain standing among the disciples, however much the later accounts would retrospectively paint that role as an opportunity for petty theft. He had witnessed every miracle, heard every teaching, been present for every private conversation. He was not a casual follower who drifted away. He was an intimate who turned. Why? The question has haunted 2,000 years of Christian thought, and every answer that has been proposed reveals as much about the person proposing it as about Judas himself. The simplest explanation, and the one that John's Gospel favors, is greed. Judas was a thief who saw an opportunity to make money by selling information to the authorities. The 30 pieces of silver were his price, and his motive was no more complicated than the desire for profit. This reading has the virtue of simplicity, but it strains under the weight of its own arithmetic. 30 pieces of silver was not a fortune. In the currency of the time, it was approximately the price of a slave, or roughly 4 months' wages for a common laborer. For a man willing to betray a close companion to death, the amount seems almost insultingly low, which may itself be part of the point. The prophetic echo from Zechariah of the 30 pieces of silver as the price at which the shepherd was valued, the contemptuous sum that said the one being sold was worth almost nothing. A second explanation, more sympathetic to Judas, suggests disillusionment. Judas, on this reading, was a political messianist who had followed Jesus in the expectation that he would eventually reveal himself as the military liberator Israel was waiting for. The kingdom of God, in Judas's understanding, was supposed to be a real kingdom with a real throne, real power, and a real army to drive out the Romans. For 3 years he had watched Jesus accumulate the popularity and the following necessary for a revolution, only to see him repeatedly refuse the crown. He healed instead of fought. He spoke of loving enemies instead of killing them. He rode into Jerusalem on a donkey instead of a war horse. And then, on Tuesday, he had sat on the Mount of Olives and spoken not of conquest but of destruction, not of glory but of suffering, not of a kingdom that would begin but of a world that would end. If Judas had been waiting for Jesus to become the Messiah he wanted, Tuesday's discourse may have been the moment he finally accepted that it was never going to happen. The man he had followed was not going to overthrow Rome. He was going to get himself killed, and he was going to take his followers down with him. Better, then, to cut one's losses. Better to make what arrangement one could with the winning side before the inevitable collapse. A third explanation, darker and stranger, suggests that Judas was not abandoning Jesus, but trying to force his hand. If Jesus was truly the Messiah, the reasoning goes, then placing him in mortal danger would compel him to act, to finally unleash the divine power he had been holding in reserve and inaugurate the kingdom by force. The betrayal, on this reading, was not a rejection of Jesus' messiahship, but a desperate attempt to catalyze it, a calculated provocation designed to leave Jesus with no choice but to reveal his glory. This theory has a certain tragic elegance, but it is entirely speculative, unsupported by anything the gospel writers actually say, and it imposes a coherence on Judas's actions that may never have existed. People who commit acts of devastating consequence do not always do so for coherent reasons. Sometimes the motive is a tangle of resentments, fears, disappointments, and opportunism so knotted together that even the person acting cannot separate the strands. What the Gospels do say, with striking unanimity, is that Satan entered into Judas. Luke places this moment before Judas went to the chief priests. John places it later, at the Last Supper, when Jesus handed him a piece of bread. The theological claim is that the betrayal was not merely a human decision, but a point of intersection between human choice and demonic influence, a moment when Judas opened a door that something else walked through. Whether one reads this literally as spiritual possession or metaphorically as the moment when a man surrendered to his worst impulse and found that the impulse had a momentum of its own, the effect is the same. Judas crossed a line from which there was no return, and the crossing happened in the dark, alone, in the privacy of a soul that the gospel writers regarded with a mixture of horror and pity. He went to the chief priests. The meeting was likely held in the same palatial complex where Caiaphas resided, in the upper city of Jerusalem, where the Sadducean aristocracy lived in limestone mansions with mosaic floors and ritual bathing pools. A world of wealth and power that would have been visually alien to a man from a village in Judea or a fishing town in Galilee. The proposition Judas brought was exactly what the priests needed, an insider who could lead them to Jesus at a time and place where there were no crowds to complicate the arrest. Judas knew Jesus' habits. He knew the routes between Bethany and Jerusalem, the places where Jesus stopped to pray, the gardens where he rested after dark. He could deliver Jesus into their hands quietly, cleanly, without the public spectacle that they feared. The price was agreed, 30 pieces of silver. Matthew is the only gospel writer who specifies the amount, and he frames it as a fulfillment of Zechariah's prophecy, drawing a line between the ancient text and the present transaction that turns Judas's deal into something larger than a backroom negotiation. It becomes a moment in which Scripture is being enacted, in which the patterns laid down centuries earlier are clicking into place with the precision of a mechanism that no individual participant fully understands. The chief priests were not thinking about Zechariah when they counted out the coins. Judas was not thinking about prophecy when he pocketed them. They were thinking about logistics, about timing, about the operational details of an arrest that needed to happen before Passover and under cover of darkness. The cosmic dimension of what they were doing was invisible to them. They were practical men, solving a practical problem. From that moment, Judas began looking for an opportunity to hand Jesus over. The Greek word used is eucharion, meaning a favorable moment, an opening. He had to find a time when Jesus was separated from the crowds, when the disciples were not on alert, when the arrest could be carried out with minimal resistance and no witnesses beyond those who were part of the plan. He continued to walk with the 12, to eat with them, to listen to Jesus teach, carrying the money bag in one hand and the secret of what he had done in the other. He sat at meals where Jesus spoke about love and sacrifice and the kingdom of heaven, and he said nothing, and no one noticed. Of all the details in the Passion narrative, this is perhaps the most chilling, that Judas could carry the knowledge of what he had set in motion and give no outward sign of it, that the other 11 looked at him across the fire or the dinner table and saw only their companion, their fellow traveler, and their brother. Meanwhile, in the palace of Caiaphas, preparations were accelerating. The original plan to wait until after Passover had been abandoned. Judas's offer had changed the calculation. With an insider willing to guide them to Jesus at night, the arrest could be made before the festival, before the situation had time to deteriorate further. The Sanhedrin would need to convene quickly after the arrest, which meant informal consultations with sympathetic members needed to happen in advance. The charge would need to be established. Blasphemy was the obvious candidate under Jewish law, but a conviction on blasphemy alone would not be enough to secure a death sentence from the Romans, who cared nothing for Jewish theological disputes. For that, they would need a political charge, something that would compel the Roman prefect to act sedition, claiming to be a king, making himself a rival to Caesar. The legal strategy was taking shape even before the arrest had been made, which tells you that the trial, when it came, would not be an open inquiry into the truth, but a procedure whose outcome had already been determined. The chief priests also had to manage the delicate question of Lazarus. The man Jesus had raised from the dead was still alive, still in Bethany, still a walking contradiction of everything the Sadducees believed about the impossibility of resurrection. Every pilgrim who made the short walk from Jerusalem to Bethany to see Lazarus with their own eyes came back more convinced than ever that Jesus was who he claimed to be. The chief priests discussed killing Lazarus too, not because he had committed any crime, but because his existence was inconvenient. His heartbeat was evidence. His breath was testimony. As long as Lazarus lived, the miracle could not be denied. And as long as the miracle could not be denied, the case against Jesus would be weakened. It is a remarkable moment in the narrative, one that reveals just how far the pragmatism of the priestly establishment was willing to go. They were prepared to murder an innocent man for the crime of having been brought back to life. There is something haunting about Wednesday, this day of silence and scheming, this hinge between the public confrontations of Tuesday and the intimate agony of Thursday. Jesus knew what was coming. He had told his disciples repeatedly that he would be betrayed, that he would suffer, that he would die. He knew that one of the 12 would be the instrument of his arrest, and the Gospel of John suggests that he knew which one. Yet he did not flee. He did not marshal his supporters for a confrontation. He did not expose Judas or banish him from the group. He stayed in Bethany, surrounded by friends, in the company of a man he had called back from the grave, and he waited. What does a man do on the last day, before everything falls apart? The Gospels do not tell us, and the silence is both frustrating and somehow appropriate. Perhaps he prayed. Perhaps he walked in the olive groves on the hillside, feeling the spring sun on his face and listening to the birds that nested in the ancient trees. Perhaps he spoke privately with the disciples, saying things that were not recorded, offering comfort or instruction that did not survive in the written tradition. Perhaps he simply sat with Martha and Mary and Lazarus and ate a meal and talked about ordinary things, savoring the warmth and the company and the fragile, fleeting normality of an evening with people he loved. We do not know. The day is a blank page in the story, and the blank page is the story. The last quiet hours before the noise begins. The final stillness before the storm. The held breath before the plunge. In the upper city, Caiaphas reviewed his plans. In whatever corner Judas occupied, the 30 coins sat hidden, their weight both tangible and metaphorical. In the Antonia fortress, Roman soldiers polished their armor and checked their weapons, prepared for a Passover that their commanding officers had warned them could turn violent at any moment. In the camps outside the city walls, 250,000 pilgrims prepared their lambs for slaughter, rehearsed the ancient prayers, and told their children the story of the night when God brought their ancestors out of Egypt. Tomorrow the preparations for the festival would begin in earnest. Tomorrow the lamb would be selected, the upper room would be made ready, and Jesus would sit down with his 12 companions for a meal that none of them, not even the one who would betray him, would ever forget. The night settled over the Mount of Olives, and in the darkness, somewhere between Bethany and Jerusalem, the machinery of betrayal ground quietly forward, moving with the slow inevitability of a stone rolling downhill, gathering speed with each passing hour, aimed at a destination that everyone involved believed they understood, and that none of them, not the priests, not Judas, not the disciples, not even the Roman soldiers who would eventually be drawn into it, had truly begun to comprehend. Thursday began with a question that sounded practical but carried the weight of centuries. Where do you want us to prepare for you to eat the Passover? It was Peter and John who asked, and the answer Jesus gave them followed the same pattern of uncanny specificity that had characterized his instructions about the donkey 4 days earlier. Go into the city, he told them, and a man carrying a jar of water will meet you. Follow him, and wherever he enters, say to the master of the house, the teacher asks, where is my guest room where I may eat the Passover with my disciples? He will show you a large upper room, furnished and ready. Prepare for us there. The detail about the man carrying a water jar is stranger than it appears on first reading. In first-century Jerusalem, carrying water was women's work. A man performing this task would have stood out in any crowd, as conspicuous as a signal flag, which is almost certainly the point. Jesus had arranged this in advance, privately, through channels that the 12 did not know about and that Judas, critically, could not have anticipated. The location of the upper room was being kept secret from the man who had agreed to betray him. Jesus knew what Judas had done, or was about to do, and he was taking precautions not to prevent the betrayal, but to ensure that it happened on his timetable rather than the priest's. The arrest would not come during the meal. The supper would be completed. What needed to be said would be said. What needed to be done would be done. And only then, when everything was finished, would Jesus walk willingly into the hands of his enemies. Peter and John entered the city and found everything exactly as described. The man with the water jar appeared. They followed him to a house whose owner's name is never given, a figure who fades into the background of the story with a discretion that might have been deliberate. The upper room was large, probably the second-floor dining space of a prosperous Jerusalem household, the kind of room where a family of means would entertain guests during the festivals. It was furnished with the low tables and reclining cushions customary for a formal Jewish meal. Peter and John set about the preparations. The lamb that had been slaughtered that afternoon in the temple courts needed to be roasted, the unleavened bread laid out, the bitter herbs arranged, the wine mixed and poured, and the table set according to the Passover ritual that every Jewish family followed with the precision of people who understood that this was not merely a meal but a reenactment a living connection to the night their ancestors walked out of Egypt. As the sun dropped below the western hills and the first stars appeared, marking the beginning of Passover, Jesus arrived with the rest of the 12. They reclined around the table in the posture of free men, because that was the point of Passover. Even the poorest Jew was required to recline while eating the Seder, to demonstrate that he was no longer a slave, but a person liberated by God. The lamps were lit, the room was warm, the smell of roasted lamb and fresh bread filled the air. And somewhere in the flickering shadows, Judas reclined alongside the others, his face betraying nothing, the coins already counted and hidden, the hour approaching. Before the meal began, Jesus did something that no one in the room expected, and that several of them found deeply disturbing. He rose from the table, removed his outer garment, and wrapped a towel around his waist. He poured water into a basin. And then, beginning with one disciple and moving methodically around the room, he knelt on the floor and began to wash their feet. The shock of this action is difficult to overstate for a modern audience, but in its original context, it was almost scandalous. Foot washing was the task of the lowest household slave, the job assigned to whoever occupied the absolute bottom of the domestic hierarchy. Guests arriving at a dinner would have their feet washed by a servant at the door, and the task was so menial that Jewish law specified that a Hebrew slave could not be compelled to perform it. Only Gentile slaves were required to wash feet. For a rabbi to kneel before his students and wash the road dust from between their toes was an inversion of the social order so complete that it bordered on the offensive. It was as though a king had taken off his crown and begun scrubbing the floor of his own throne room. Peter's reaction was volcanic. When Jesus reached him, Peter pulled his feet away. "Lord, are you going to wash my feet?" The question carried a weight of emotion that went beyond surprise. There was horror in it, the gut-level revulsion of a man watching someone he loved and revered debase himself. Jesus told him that he did not understand now what was being done, but that he would understand later. Peter, characteristically, swung from one extreme to the other. "Never shall you wash my feet," he declared. And then, when Jesus told him that unless he was washed he had no share with him, Peter reversed himself completely. "Lord, not my feet only, but also my hands and my head." Jesus, with what must have been something close to a smile, told him that a person who had bathed needed only to wash his feet, and he was clean. And then he added quietly, a sentence that landed in the room like a stone dropped into still water, "And you are clean, but not every one of you." He knew who was going to betray him, John explains. That is why he said, "Not every one of you is clean." When he had finished washing all their feet, including those of Judas, he put his garment back on, returned to his place at the table, and explained what he had done. "You call me teacher and Lord," he said, "and you are right, for so I am. If I then, your Lord and teacher, have washed your feet, you also ought to wash one another's feet. I have given you an example, that you should do as I have done to you. A servant is not greater than his master, nor is a messenger greater than the one who sent him." The lesson was not about hygiene. It was about power and its proper use, about the radical reversal of every assumption the ancient world held regarding authority and status. The one with the most power serves the most. The one with the greatest authority takes the lowest position. The kingdom he had been preaching about for 3 years was not going to look like any kingdom anyone had ever seen, because its king was on his knees with a towel and a basin, washing the feet of fishermen and tax collectors, and a man who had already sold him for the price of a slave. The Passover meal proceeded. The ritual was ancient and highly structured. 4 cups of wine, each marking a different stage of the celebration. The telling of the Exodus story, prompted by questions from the youngest person present. The bitter herbs dipped in salt water to recall the tears of slavery. The unleavened bread broken and shared to remember the haste of the departure from Egypt. Jesus followed the framework, but at 2 critical points, He departed from the script in a way that transformed the meal from a commemoration of the past into something entirely new. He took bread. This was the unleavened matzah of Passover, the flat, brittle bread that symbolized the speed with which the Israelites had fled Egypt, not waiting for their dough to rise. He gave thanks, broke it, and gave it to the disciples. "Take, eat," he said. "This is my body, which is given for you. Do this in remembrance of me." The words were simple. Their implications were staggering. He was not saying the bread represented his body or symbolized his body. The language in all 4 accounts that record it is direct and unqualified. "This is my body." He was taking the central symbol of the Passover meal, the bread that pointed back to the liberation from Egypt, and redirecting it to point at himself. The bread was no longer about Moses and Pharaoh. It was about him and about something that was going to happen to his body within hours. Then he took the cup. It was almost certainly the 3rd cup of the Seder, known as the cup of redemption, the cup that corresponded to God's promise in Exodus. "I will redeem you with an outstretched arm and with mighty acts of judgment." He gave thanks and passed it to them. "Drink from it, all of you," he said. "This is my blood of the covenant, which is poured out for many for the forgiveness of sins." Matthew adds those last 4 words, and they carry an extraordinary theological freight. The old covenant between God and Israel had been sealed with the blood of sacrificial animals, sprinkled on the altar and on the people at Mount Sinai. Jesus was announcing a new covenant, sealed not with the blood of animals, but with his own. And its purpose was not the liberation of one nation from one empire, but the forgiveness of sins for many, a word that in the usage of the time meant all, everyone, the entire human race. He told them he would not drink again of the fruit of the vine until that day when he drank it new in the kingdom of God. It was a farewell and a promise simultaneously. This meal was an ending, and it was also a beginning, and somewhere beyond the suffering that was about to unfold, there was a feast waiting, a reunion, a cup that would be shared again in circumstances that none of them could yet imagine. Then came the moment that tore the evening apart. Jesus said with a sorrow so palpable that the room seemed to contract around it, "Truly, I tell you, one of you will betray me." The disciples were devastated. They looked at one another, John says, uncertain of whom he was speaking. One by one they began to ask, each with a dread that must have made the words almost impossible to form. "Surely not I, Lord." The question reveals something important about these men. Not one of them was certain of his own loyalty. Not one of them heard the announcement of betrayal and thought, "Well, it certainly is not me." They were frightened enough of their own weakness to wonder whether the traitor might be themselves. Peter, unable to bear the suspense, signaled to John, who was reclining next to Jesus, to ask him directly. John leaned close and whispered, "Lord, who is it?" Jesus answered, also quietly, in words that only John and perhaps Peter could hear. "It is the one to whom I will give this morsel of bread when I have dipped it." He dipped the bread and handed it to Judas, the son of Simon Iscariot. What happened next is described by John with a chilling economy. After Judas took the morsel, Satan entered into him. Jesus looked at him and said, "What you are going to do quickly." No one else at the table understood what this meant. Some thought that because Judas held the money bag, Jesus was telling him to buy what they needed for the festival, or to give something to the poor. The mundanity of their misunderstanding is part of the horror of the scene. 11 men sat at a table and watched the 12th receive a piece of bread and a quiet instruction, and they assumed it was about groceries. Judas took the bread, rose from the table, and went out. And it was night, John writes. 3 words in the original Greek, and they are among the most devastating in all of literature. Kai and nix, and it was night. The darkness that Judas walked into was not only the darkness of a Jerusalem evening, it was the darkness of what he was about to do, and what was about to be done, and the darkness would not begin to lift for 3 days. With Judas gone, the atmosphere in the upper room shifted. Jesus began to speak to the remaining 11 with an intimacy and tenderness that stands in stark contrast to the public ferocity of his temple confrontations earlier in the week. John's Gospel preserves these words across 4 chapters, and they constitute the longest sustained discourse attributed to Jesus anywhere in the New Testament. They are known as the farewell discourse, and they have the quality of a man saying everything he needs to say before it becomes impossible to say anything at all. Little children, he called them. The term was affectionate in a way that the disciples rarely heard from their teacher. I am with you only a little longer. You will look for me. And as I said to the Jews, so now I say to you, where I am going, you cannot come. A new commandment I give to you, that you love one another. Just as I have loved you, you also are to love one another. By this everyone will know that you are my disciples, if you have love for one another. This was the commandment from which the day takes its name. Maundy Thursday, from the Latin mandatum novum, the new commandment. And the newness was not in the instruction to love, which was embedded throughout the Torah, but in the standard. Not as you love yourselves, not as much as you can manage, as I have loved you. The standard was his own love, which was about to be demonstrated in the most extreme way imaginable. Peter interrupted, because Peter always interrupted. Lord, where are you going? Jesus told him that where he was going, Peter could not follow now, but would follow afterward. Peter, baffled and defiant, asked why he could not follow now. I will lay down my life for you, he declared, and meant it absolutely, with every fiber of his brave and reckless heart. Jesus looked at him and delivered a prophecy that must have felt like a slap. Will you lay down your life for me? Truly, truly, I say to you, the rooster will not crow until you have denied me 3 times. Peter said nothing. What could he say? The man who read hearts and raised the dead had just told him that his courage would fail before dawn. And Peter, who knew himself less well than Jesus knew him, could not believe it. And so he carried on, not believing it, into the night that would prove it true. Jesus continued speaking. Do not let your hearts be troubled, he said. You believe in God. Believe also in me. In my Father's house are many rooms. If it were not so, would I have told you that I go to prepare a place for you? And if I go and prepare a place for you, I will come again and will take you to myself, so that where I am, you may be also. Thomas, the disciple whose reputation for doubt would be sealed by a later episode, spoke up with an honesty that the others probably shared, but were too intimidated to voice. Lord, we do not know where you are going. How can we know the way? Jesus answered with a statement that has been claimed, debated, celebrated, and contested for 2 millennia. I am the way and the truth and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. Philip asked to be shown the Father, and Jesus' response carried a note of something that sounded almost like exhaustion. Have I been with you so long, and you still do not know me, Philip? Whoever has seen me has seen the Father. How can you say, show us the Father? The claim was absolute. He was not pointing toward God. He was not teaching about God. He was claiming to be the visible manifestation of the invisible God, the human face of the divine. Either this was the most astonishing truth ever spoken in a room in Jerusalem, or it was the most elaborate delusion, and the 11 men sitting around that table, smelling of wine and roasted lamb and the lingering scent of the water that had washed their feet, were going to have to decide. He promised them the Holy Spirit, a helper, an advocate, who would come to them after he had gone and would teach them everything and remind them of all that he had said. He told them that the world would hate them as it had hated him. He told them that they would weep and mourn while the world rejoiced, but that their grief would turn to joy, like a woman in labor whose anguish gives way to delight when her child is born. He told them that in the world they would have tribulation, but to take heart, because he had overcome the world. He spoke about the vine. I am the true vine, he said, and my Father is the gardener. Every branch in me that does not bear fruit he takes away, and every branch that does bear fruit he prunes, so that it may bear more fruit. Abide in me, and I in you. As the branch cannot bear fruit by itself unless it abides in the vine, neither can you unless you abide in me. The metaphor was drawn from the landscape they all knew, the hillsides of Judea, where grapevines twisted along their trellises, and the vine dressers worked through the seasons, cutting and shaping and waiting. But the metaphor was also an echo of everything the prophets had said about Israel as God's vineyard. The vineyard that had been planted and tended and fenced and watched over, and that had produced wild grapes instead of good ones. Jesus was not merely offering an image of spiritual connection. He was replacing the vine. He was saying that the life of God, the sap that ran through the covenant relationship between heaven and earth, no longer ran through the temple or the Torah or the priesthood, but through him personally, and that the only way to bear fruit was to remain attached to him as a branch remains attached to its trunk. Greater love has no one than this, he told them, that someone lay down his life for his friends. You are my friends if you do what I command you. No longer do I call you servants, for a servant does not know what his master is doing. But I have called you friends, for everything that I have heard from my Father I have made known to you. The promotion from servant to friend was not a casual adjustment in terminology. It was a redefinition of the entire relationship between God and humanity. Servants obey without understanding. Friends are trusted with the reason why. And Jesus, on this last night, was trusting these confused, frightened, ordinary men with everything: the plan, the purpose, the cost, the meaning. Then he prayed. John chapter 17 records what is sometimes called the high priestly prayer, and it is the most sustained glimpse the Gospels offer into the relationship between Jesus and his Father. He prayed for himself, Father, the hour has come. Glorify your Son, that your Son may glorify you. He prayed for his disciples. I have given them your word, and the world has hated them because they are not of the world, just as I am not of the world. I do not ask that you take them out of the world, but that you protect them from the evil one. He prayed for all future believers, for everyone who would come to faith through the testimony of these 11 men. I ask not only on behalf of these, but also on behalf of those who will believe in me through their word, that they may all be one. As you, Father, are in me, and I am in you, may they also be in us, so that the world may believe that you have sent me. The prayer ended. The wine cups were empty. The remnants of the Passover meal, the lamb bones, the crumbs of unleavened bread, the dregs in the bowls of salt water lay on the table in the lamp-lit room. Outside, the city was quieting. Families finishing their own Seder meals, children falling asleep to the murmur of ancient stories. Somewhere in the darkness, Judas was making his way to the house of Caiaphas, or perhaps he was already there, speaking in low tones with the guards who would follow him back. The hour Jesus had spoken of was almost upon them. He gathered his disciples, and they sang a hymn together, almost certainly the second half of the Hallel Psalms. Psalms 115 through 118, the traditional conclusion to the Passover Seder. The same psalm that the crowd had sung during his entry on Sunday. The same Hosanna. The same blessed is he who comes in the name of the Lord, now sung quietly in a borrowed room by a small group of men who did not yet know that they were singing it for the last time. They left the upper room and walked out into the night, descending through the narrow streets of Jerusalem toward the eastern gate, crossing the Kidron Valley in the moonlight, and climbing the lower slopes of the Mount of Olives to a garden called Gethsemane, a name that means oil press, a place among the ancient olive trees where Jesus had gone many times before to pray. Judas knew the place well. Gethsemane was not a garden in any ornamental sense. It was a working grove, a place where olive trees grew in ancient, gnarled rows, and where the fruit was harvested and pressed into oil in stone basins that gave the place its name. The trees themselves were old, impossibly old, their trunks twisted into shapes that looked less like wood than like muscle, as though the trees were straining against something buried deep beneath the earth. In the daytime, it was a pleasant spot, shaded and quiet, with a view down into the Kidron Valley and across to the walls of the city. At night, with the moon filtering through the silver-green leaves and the shadows pooling between the roots, it was a place of deep solitude, the kind of place where a man could be alone with his thoughts and his God, without the world pressing in on every side. Jesus brought 8 of the disciples to the edge of the grove and told them to sit down. "Sit here while I go over there and pray." Then he took 3 further with him, the inner circle within the inner circle: Peter, James, and John. These were the 3 who had been with him on the mountain, when his appearance had changed and his face shone like the sun, and Moses and Elijah appeared beside him. These were the 3 he trusted most, the 3 he wanted near him in his worst hour. And what they witnessed over the next several hours would haunt them for the rest of their lives, not because of what was done to Jesus, but because of what happened inside him. He began to be deeply distressed and troubled. The Greek words Mark uses are remarkable in their intensity. Ekthambastai suggests a stunned, horrified amazement, the kind of shock that overwhelms the senses. Ademonin suggests a nauseating anguish, a distress so acute that it borders on the annihilating. These are not the words you use to describe sadness or apprehension. They describe a man in the grip of something that is tearing him apart from the inside. Jesus turned to Peter, James, and John and said, with a rawness that must have terrified them, "My soul is overwhelmed with sorrow to the point of death. Stay here and keep watch with me." He went a little further, about a stone's throw, and fell to the ground. Luke says he knelt. Mark says he fell on his face. Matthew says he fell with his face to the ground. The differences do not matter. What matters is the posture. A man prostrate on the earth, pressing his forehead into the dirt, crushed by something that the watching disciples could not see and that he could barely articulate. And from that position, from the ground, he prayed, "Abba, Father." The word Abba is Aramaic, intimate and familial, closer to Papa or Dad than to the formal father of public prayer. It is the only time in the Gospels where the actual Aramaic word Jesus used in prayer is preserved, and its preservation suggests that the disciples who heard it were struck by its raw intimacy, by the fact that in his extremity, Jesus reached for the language of a child speaking to a parent. "Everything is possible for you. Take this cup from me, yet not what I will, but what you will." The cup. He had spoken of a cup before, when James and John had asked to sit at his right and left in his kingdom. "Can you drink the cup I am going to drink?" he had asked them. And they had answered yes, with the breezy confidence of men who had no idea what they were agreeing to. Now the cup was in front of him, not a metaphor, but a reality. And the reality of it was enough to bring the Son of God to his knees in the dirt. The cup was not simply death. Men had faced death with composure throughout history, and Jesus himself had spoken of his coming death with a steadiness that suggested he had long since made peace with it. The cup was something else, the full weight of what his death would mean, the concentrated essence of everything he had come to absorb, the sin and suffering and alienation of the entire human race, compressed into a single experience that he would have to endure alone. The theological traditions would later describe it as the moment when Jesus took upon himself the judgment that humanity deserved, when the distance between God and a fallen world collapsed onto a single human body in an olive grove outside Jerusalem. Whether one accepts that framework or not, the Gospels are unanimous that something happened in Gethsemane that went beyond the ordinary fear of execution. This was not a man afraid of dying. This was a man confronting something worse than death and asking, with a child's desperation, whether there was any other way. He went back to the 3 disciples. They were asleep. The hour was late. The wine from the Seder was warm in their stomachs, and the emotional exhaustion of the evening had finally overtaken them. Jesus looked at Peter, the man who had sworn he would die for him, and said, "Simon, are you asleep? Could you not keep watch for 1 hour?" The use of Peter's old name Simon was pointed. This was not Peter the Rock speaking. This was Simon the fisherman, curled on the ground with his cloak pulled over his shoulders, unable to stay awake while his teacher bled. "Watch and pray, so that you will not fall into temptation," Jesus told them. "The spirit is willing, but the flesh is weak." There was no anger in the words, only a kind of weary compassion. He knew what they were. He had always known. The spirit is willing. He did not doubt their love. The flesh is weak. He did not overestimate their strength. He left them and went back to his place among the trees and prayed again. The same prayer, the same words. "Take this cup from me, yet not what I will, but what you will." He was not debating with God. He was submitting to God, but the submission was not passive. It was an active wrestling, a struggle between his own human desire to live and the divine purpose that required his death. And the struggle was so intense that Luke records a detail found nowhere else in the Gospels. His sweat became like great drops of blood falling down to the ground. The condition is medically recognized. Hematidrosis, the excretion of blood through the sweat glands, occurs under conditions of extreme psychological stress, when the capillaries feeding the sweat glands rupture under pressure. It is rare. It is real. And if Luke, who tradition identifies as a physician, chose to include this detail, it was because he understood that what was happening to Jesus' body was the physical manifestation of a spiritual agony that exceeded anything the human frame was designed to endure. An angel appeared to him, Luke says, strengthening him. The other Gospels do not mention this. The detail is solitary, unexplained, and somehow all the more powerful for its brevity. What did the angel say? What kind of strength was given? Luke does not elaborate. The moment comes and goes in a single sentence, a flash of light in the darkness, and then the darkness closes in again. Jesus prayed more earnestly, Luke says, which means the strengthening did not remove the anguish, but enabled him to endure it. The cup was not taken away. The answer to his prayer was not rescue, but the capacity to face what could not be avoided. He returned to the disciples a second time. They were asleep again. Mark adds that their eyes were heavy, and they did not know what to say to him, which has the ring of an eyewitness detail. The embarrassed recollection of a man who remembered being caught sleeping when he should have been awake and having no excuse to offer. Jesus left them and prayed a third time, the same words again. There is something almost liturgical about the repetition, as though the prayer itself was a ritual that had to be completed, a pattern of asking and accepting that could not be rushed through or abbreviated. 3 times, he asked. 3 times the answer was silence, or rather, the answer was the absence of an alternative. The cup remained. He came back to the disciples for the third and final time. "Are you still sleeping and resting?" he asked, and the tone is almost impossible to read. Was it sorrow? Resignation? A dark, exhausted humor? "Enough," he said. "The hour has come. Look, the Son of Man is being betrayed into the hands of sinners. Rise, let us go. See, my betrayer is at hand." He could hear them before he could see them. The sound of sandaled feet on the rocky path, the clink of weapons, the low murmur of men trying to move quietly and failing because there were too many of them. Torches appeared through the trees, their flames guttering in the night breeze, casting jagged shadows across the ground. It was a large crowd, sent by the chief priests and the elders of the people, and they were armed with swords and clubs. Among them were members of the temple guard, the Jewish security force that maintained order in the temple precinct, and possibly a detachment of Roman soldiers as well, though the Gospels differ on this point. John's Gospel uses the word spira, which technically refers to a Roman cohort, a unit of several hundred men, but the word may have been used loosely to describe any organized military force. What is certain is that the arresting party was large enough and well-armed enough to take into custody a man they evidently feared might resist. Judas was at their head. He had arranged a signal in advance, a detail that tells you something about the darkness and the confusion of the situation. The grove was full of shadows, the disciples were clustered together, and in the flickering torchlight, it would not have been easy to identify one man from another. The signal Judas chose was a kiss. The one I kiss is the man, he had told them. Seize him and lead him away under guard. The kiss was the standard greeting between a rabbi and his disciple, a mark of affection and respect, and Judas's decision to corrupt it into a signal for arrest is one of those details that accumulates horror the longer you sit with it. He was not merely identifying Jesus. He was using the gesture of love itself as the instrument of betrayal. Judas walked up to Jesus. "Rabbi," he said, and kissed him. The word Mark uses indicates not a brief peck, but an emphatic, demonstrative kiss, a greeting that was exaggerated in its affection, as though Judas were overcompensating for the treachery that the greeting was designed to conceal. Jesus looked at him. His response, as recorded across the different Gospels, comes in fragments that together form a complete and devastating picture. "Friend, do what you have come to do," Matthew records. "Judas, would you betray the Son of Man with a kiss?" Luke adds. The word friend is not the warm Greek word philos. It is heter, a formal and slightly distant term, the word you might use for an associate rather than a beloved companion. It held Judas at arm's length, even as Judas leaned in to embrace him. And the question, "Would you betray the Son of Man with a kiss?" was not really a question. It was a mirror, held up in the torchlight so that Judas could see, for one terrible moment, exactly what he was doing. The guards moved in. Jesus stepped forward to meet them, and according to John's account, asked them a question. "Who is it you want?" "Jesus of Nazareth," they answered. "I am he," Jesus said, using a phrase, ego eimi, that in Greek carries echoes of the divine name revealed to Moses at the burning bush. When he said it, John records, they drew back and fell to the ground. The detail is extraordinary and unexplained. An entire armed detachment retreating and collapsing at 2 words. Whether this was a moment of supernatural power, or simply the overwhelming force of a personality that even armed men could not face without flinching, the effect was the same. The man they had come to arrest was, for one disorienting instant, more frightening than they were. Jesus asked again, "Who is it you want?" Again they said, "Jesus of Nazareth." "I told you that I am he," Jesus replied. "If you are looking for me, then let these men go." Even now, even as the hands were reaching for him, he was negotiating for the safety of his followers. Peter did not negotiate. Peter drew a sword. The fact that Peter had a sword at all raises questions that the Gospels do not pause to answer. Earlier that evening, Jesus had told the disciples to bring swords, and when they showed him 2, he had said, "That is enough," a response so enigmatic that scholars have debated its meaning for centuries. Was he speaking ironically? Was he testing them? Was he making a practical concession to the danger of the night ahead? Whatever his intention, Peter had taken the instruction at face value, and now, in the chaos of torchlight and shouting and armed men closing in, he swung at the nearest target. He struck the high priest's servant, a man named Malchus, and cut off his right ear. It was an act of desperate bravery and spectacular futility. One fisherman with a sword against a cohort of armed guards and temple police was not a battle. It was a suicide attempt, and Jesus stopped it immediately. "Put your sword back in its place," he told Peter, "for all who draw the sword will die by the sword. Do you think I cannot call on my Father, and he will at once put at my disposal more than 12 legions of angels? But how then would the scriptures be fulfilled that say it must happen in this way?" Luke adds that Jesus touched the ear of Malchus and healed him. The last miracle before the cross, and arguably the most poignant, a gesture of compassion directed at a man who had come to arrest him, performed in the middle of his own destruction. Jesus turned to the crowd. "Am I leading a rebellion?" he asked, "that you have come out with swords and clubs to capture me? Every day I sat in the temple courts teaching, and you did not arrest me. But this has all taken place that the writings of the prophets might be fulfilled." The rebuke was precise. They had not arrested him in the temple because they were afraid of the crowds. They came at night to a garden with weapons because they were cowards. He said this to their faces, surrounded by armed men who had every physical advantage, and the moral authority of his words was so absolute that none of them answered. Then the disciples fled, all of them. Every one of the 11 men who had shared the Passover meal with him, who had heard him pray and watched him sweat blood and listened to his farewell, turned and ran into the darkness. Mark records a peculiar detail. A young man was following Jesus, wearing nothing but a linen cloth. When the guards seized him, he pulled free and ran away naked, leaving the cloth behind. The identity of this young man has been the subject of endless speculation. Many scholars believe it was Mark himself, inserting a cameo into his own narrative. The kind of small autobiographical detail that an eyewitness might include as a way of saying, "I was there, I saw it, I ran too." Whoever he was, his naked flight through the olive grove is the last image of Gethsemane, a figure stripped bare, running in terror through the trees, disappearing into the night. Jesus was alone. The garden was empty except for the soldiers and the guards and the torches and the man who had kissed him. They bound his hands, they turned him around, and they began the walk back across the Kidron Valley, toward the city walls, toward the house of the high priest, where the fires were already burning, and the witnesses were already assembled, and the verdict had already been decided before a single question was asked. Behind them, in the abandoned garden, the olive trees stood in the darkness as they had stood for hundreds of years, their roots drinking from the same earth where drops of blood and sweat had fallen. The disciples were scattered across the hillside, hiding in the shadows, hearts pounding, trying to comprehend what had just happened, and failing utterly. Peter, somewhere in the darkness, had stopped running. He turned around. He could see the torches moving away, a line of flickering lights descending toward the valley. Every instinct told him to keep running, to save himself, to disappear into the Galilean countryside and pretend that the last 3 years had never happened. But something else, something stubborn and irrational and braver than his fear, pulled him forward. He began to follow at a distance, keeping to the shadows, staying far enough behind the arresting party that he would not be noticed, but close enough to see where they were taking his master. He did not know what he would do when he got there. He did not have a plan. He only knew that he could not leave. Not yet. Not entirely. John followed too. John apparently had connections in Jerusalem, possibly through family ties to the priestly establishment, and these connections would give him access that Peter would not have. The two of them trailed the procession through the streets, 2 men moving in the shadows while ahead of them, illuminated by torches and surrounded by guards. The man they had followed to the ends of the earth was led like a prisoner through the city he had entered as a king just 5 days before. They brought him first to Annas, not to Caiaphas, who held the title of high priest and who had convened the conspiracy, and who was, by every legal and institutional measure, the man who should have received the prisoner. They brought him to Annas, the old patriarch, the former high priest who had been deposed by the Romans years earlier, but who still operated as the power behind every subsequent holder of the office. It was the middle of the night. The streets were empty, and the guards led Jesus through the gate of a palatial compound in the upper city where Annas waited in a lamplit room. John's Gospel is the only account that records this preliminary hearing, and its inclusion suggests that the author had access to information the other Gospel writers did not, which is consistent with the claim that John had connections inside the priestly household. The hearing before Annas was not a trial. It was an interrogation, informal and extrajudicial, conducted by a man who held no official position, but whose authority was so deeply embedded in the fabric of Jerusalem's power structure that no one questioned his right to conduct it. Annas questioned Jesus about his disciples and his teaching, probing for information that could be shaped into a formal charge. Jesus' response was calm and pointed. "I have spoken openly to the world. I have always taught in synagogues and in the temple, where all Jews come together. I have said nothing in secret. Why do you ask me? Ask those who heard me. They know what I said." One of the officers standing nearby struck Jesus across the face. "Is that how you answer the high priest?" the man demanded. The blow was not a judicial punishment. It was a reflex, the instinctive violence of a subordinate defending his master's dignity. Jesus did not flinch, did not raise his bound hands, did not retaliate. He simply asked, "If what I said is wrong, bear witness about the wrong. But if what I said is right, why do you strike me?" The question was unanswerable. The logic was flawless. And its very reasonableness in the face of violence made the violence look like what it was, the response of men who could not defeat an argument and so hit the man making it. Annas learned nothing useful. Jesus had given him no incriminating statement, no secret teaching, no private doctrine that contradicted his public message. The old man sent him, still bound, across the courtyard to Caiaphas, where the real proceedings were about to begin. The house of Caiaphas was large enough to contain a courtyard open to the sky, surrounded by rooms and galleries on the upper level, with a gate that opened onto the street. A fire had been lit in the center of the courtyard, and around it sat servants and guards, warming themselves against the chill of the early morning hours. It was into this courtyard that John entered first, known to the high priest's household, passing through the gate without challenge. Peter remained outside, standing in the street, until John spoke to the servant girl who kept the door and brought him in. The girl looked at Peter as he passed. "You also are not one of this man's disciples, are you?" she asked. The phrasing in Greek expects a negative answer, as though she were giving him an easy out, a chance to deny it without even being formally accused. Peter took it. "I am not," he said, and walked to the fire. Inside, in an upper room or a chamber overlooking the courtyard, the Sanhedrin was assembling. This was irregular in almost every respect. Jewish law, as codified in the Mishnah, stipulated that capital cases could not be tried at night. They could not be tried on the eve of a Sabbath or a festival. They could not be tried in the private residence of the high priest, but only in the hall of hewn stone, the official meeting chamber of the Sanhedrin within the temple precinct. A guilty verdict in a capital case could not be delivered on the same day as the trial. There had to be a night's adjournment to allow the judges to reconsider. And a conviction required the testimony of at least 2 witnesses, whose accounts agreed in every particular. Every one of these rules would be broken before dawn. Whether the men who broke them were aware of the violations and chose to ignore them, or whether the rules as recorded in the Mishnah represent an idealized legal code that was not strictly followed in practice during this period, is a question the ancient sources do not resolve. What is certain is that whatever happened in the house of Caiaphas that night bore very little resemblance to a fair trial. The chief priests and the whole council were looking for testimony against Jesus to put him to death. Mark's phrasing is blunt to the point of indictment. They were not looking for the truth. They were looking for testimony against. The outcome had been determined in advance. What they needed was a legal justification, a charge that would stick, a pair of witnesses whose stories aligned closely enough to satisfy the procedural requirements. They did not find it easily. Many testified falsely against him, Mark says, but their testimony did not agree. Witness after witness came forward, and witness after witness contradicted the one before. The case was falling apart even as it was being constructed. Finally, 2 witnesses came forward with something that sounded, at least superficially, like a viable charge. We heard him say, "I will destroy this temple that is made with hands, and in 3 days I will build another not made with hands." The accusation was a distorted echo of something Jesus had said years earlier, at the very beginning of his public ministry, when he had driven the merchants from the temple for the first time, and the Jewish authorities had demanded a sign of his authority. "Destroy this temple," he had said, "and in 3 days I will raise it up." John's Gospel specifies that he was speaking about the temple of his body, not the building. But taken out of context, stripped of its metaphorical meaning, and twisted into a literal threat against the most sacred structure in the Jewish world, the words could be made to sound like the kind of incitement that carried the death penalty. A man who threatened to destroy the temple was threatening the heart of Jewish religious life, and by extension, threatening the stability of the entire nation. But even these 2 witnesses could not get their stories straight. Mark notes that even then their testimony did not agree. The details differed. The wording was inconsistent. Under the standards of Jewish law, the charge should have been dismissed. Caiaphas was running out of options. The night was slipping away. Dawn would bring the crowds back to the temple, and if Jesus was still in custody without a conviction when the city woke up, the political situation would become unmanageable. Caiaphas stood up. The gesture itself was a breach of protocol. The president of the Sanhedrin was supposed to remain seated during proceedings, but Caiaphas was done with protocol. He addressed Jesus directly, abandoning the pretense of judicial impartiality. "Have you no answer to make? What is it that these men testify against you?" Jesus said nothing. He stood in silence, his hands bound, his face possibly still marked from the blow he had received at the house of Annas, and he did not defend himself. The silence was strategic in one sense, because any statement he made could be twisted into further ammunition. But it was also something else. It was the silence described by the prophet Isaiah 700 years earlier in one of the most haunting passages in the Hebrew Scriptures. Like a sheep that before its shearers is silent, so he did not open his mouth. The silence was not weakness. It was the enactment of a prophecy that the men in the room would have known by heart, but did not recognize when it stood before them in flesh and blood. Caiaphas, confronted with a defendant who would not speak, and witnesses who could not agree, did the only thing left to him. He went straight for the jugular. "I adjure you by the living God," he said. "Tell us if you are the Christ, the Son of the Blessed One." The question was an oath, a formal invocation of God's name that placed Jesus under a religious obligation to answer truthfully. To remain silent after being adjured was itself a violation of the law. Caiaphas had forced the issue. He was asking Jesus point blank, under oath, whether he claimed to be the Messiah, the Son of God. Jesus answered. And his answer was the turning point of the entire trial, the hinge on which the next 2,000 years of history would swing. "I am," he said, using once again the words ego eimi, "and you will see the Son of Man seated at the right hand of power and coming on the clouds of heaven." The statement fused 2 of the most potent images in Jewish scripture. The right hand of power was a reference to Psalm 110, the psalm he had quoted in the temple on Tuesday to demonstrate that the Messiah was greater than David. The Son of Man coming on the clouds of heaven was from Daniel chapter 7, a vision of a divine figure who approaches the Ancient of Days and receives dominion, glory, and a kingdom that will never be destroyed. By combining these 2 texts and applying them to himself, Jesus was not merely claiming to be the Messiah. He was claiming to be the divine figure of Daniel's vision. a being who shared the throne of God and who would return in cosmic glory to judge the living and the dead. He was claiming, in the most explicit terms possible, to be God. Caiaphas tore his robes. The gesture was prescribed by law for a judge who heard blasphemy in his courtroom. He was required to rend his garments as a physical expression of outrage against the insult to God's honor. "What further witnesses do we need?" Caiaphas shouted. "You have heard his blasphemy. What is your decision?" The council responded unanimously. "He deserves death." What followed was a scene of degradation that the gospel writers record with a spare and terrible precision. Some of the members of the council began to spit on Jesus. They blindfolded him and struck him with their fists, taunting him. "Prophesy to us, Christ. Who is it that struck you?" The guards took over, beating him and slapping him. The most powerful judicial body in the Jewish world had rendered its verdict, and the verdict was accompanied not by the solemn formality of a lawful execution, but by the crude, physical humiliation of a man who could not fight back. They spat on a man they had just condemned for claiming to be God, and the irony of this, that if his claim were true, they were spitting in the face of their own Creator, was either the blackest comedy in history or the most grievous sin ever committed, and the participants had no way of knowing which. Below, in the courtyard, Peter sat by the fire. The scene that follows is one of the most psychologically precise passages in ancient literature, and its precision comes from the fact that Peter himself almost certainly told the story against himself in later years with the unflinching honesty of a man who had made peace with his own failure. The servant girl at the gate had planted the first seed of suspicion, and Peter had denied it almost automatically, the way a person denies knowing someone at a party when association might cause embarrassment. But the fire was warm, and he was cold, and he could not bring himself to leave, so he stayed. A second challenge came. Another servant girl, or perhaps the same one, or perhaps a bystander who had overheard the first exchange, noticed him and said to those standing nearby, "This man was with Jesus of Nazareth." Peter denied it again, this time with an oath. "I do not know the man." The escalation from a casual denial to a sworn statement tells you that the pressure was increasing and that Peter's fear was tightening its grip. He was no longer simply dodging an awkward question. He was actively, under oath, lying about knowing the person he loved most in the world, and he was doing it within earshot of the room where that person was being beaten. About an hour passed. The fire crackled. The guards came and went. Sounds drifted down from the upper chamber, muffled and indistinct, though Peter may have heard the blows and the laughter. Then a third person approached, and this time the challenge was specific and dangerous. One of the high priest's servants, a relative of Malchus, the man whose ear Peter had sliced off in the garden, looked at him carefully and said, "Did I not see you in the garden with him?" Another bystander joined in. Certainly this man was with him, for he too is a Galilean. Peter's accent had betrayed him. The rough, distinctive speech patterns of Galilee were unmistakable in Jerusalem, and they marked him as clearly as a uniform. Peter began to curse and swear. "I do not know the man you are talking about," he said, and the vehemence of his denial was a measure of his terror. He was not simply denying acquaintance. He was invoking curses on himself, calling down divine punishment if he was lying, staking his soul on the lie that he did not know Jesus of Nazareth. And immediately, while the words were still on his lips, a rooster crowed. The sound cut through the noise of the courtyard like a blade. Luke adds a detail that the other Gospels do not. The Lord turned and looked at Peter. Jesus, being led from one room to another, or standing in a doorway, or visible through a window overlooking the courtyard, turned his head and met Peter's eyes. The look was not described. It did not need to be. Every reader across 2,000 years has supplied the expression from their own experience of being seen at their worst by someone whose opinion mattered more than anything. Was it reproach? Was it sadness? Was it compassion? Was it all of these things layered together in a single glance that communicated more than any sermon ever could? Peter went outside and wept bitterly. The Greek word for his weeping suggests violent, uncontrollable sobbing, the complete collapse of a man who had just discovered what he was capable of and could not bear the knowledge. He had denied his master 3 times before the rooster crowed, exactly as Jesus had predicted. The man who had sworn he would die rather than deny had denied rather than die, and the rooster, that most mundane of creatures, that alarm clock of the ancient world, had announced his failure to anyone within earshot. Peter stumbled out of the courtyard and into the pre-dawn streets, and the Gospels lose track of him for the time being. He disappears into his grief, and we are left to imagine the hours that followed. A man walking blindly through the empty streets of a sleeping city, crying, perhaps praying, perhaps cursing himself, carrying the weight of a failure so total that it felt like the end of everything. When morning came, the Sanhedrin convened again, this time in a session that had at least the appearance of formal legality. The full council assembled, and Jesus was brought before them. The purpose of this morning's session was to ratify the verdict reached during the night, and to formulate the charges that would be presented to the Roman governor. The council had the authority to condemn a man for blasphemy under Jewish law, but it did not have the authority to carry out a death sentence. That power, the ius gladii, the right of the sword, belonged exclusively to Rome. If Jesus was to be executed, Pilate would have to order it, and Pilate would not order it for blasphemy, a religious offense that meant nothing to a Roman magistrate. The charge would have to be political. And so the council, having condemned Jesus for a religious crime, set about repackaging the offense in terms that Rome would understand and act upon. They asked him again, "Are you the Christ?" "If I tell you," Jesus replied, "you will not believe, and if I ask you, you will not answer. But from now on, the Son of Man will be seated at the right hand of the power of God." "Are you the Son of God, then?" they demanded. "You say that I am," he answered, a phrase that was simultaneously an affirmation and a deflection, accepting the title while refusing to engage with the terms in which they understood it. They declared that they needed no further testimony. They had heard it from his own lips. The conviction was confirmed. While the Sanhedrin was completing its formal proceedings, Judas Iscariot was destroying himself. Matthew is the only gospel writer who tells the story of Judas's end in any detail, and he tells it with the compressed intensity of a man who understood that this particular thread of the narrative needed to be followed to its conclusion before the main story could continue. When Judas saw that Jesus had been condemned, Matthew writes, he changed his mind and brought back the 30 pieces of silver to the chief priests and the elders. The phrase, changed his mind, translates the Greek metamelomai, which indicates regret rather than repentance, the recognition that a terrible mistake has been made, without the transformative change of heart that might lead to restoration. Judas was not repenting. He was panicking. "I have sinned," he told the priests, "by betraying innocent blood." The confession was stark and unequivocal. He did not say, "I made an error of judgment." He did not say, "The situation got out of hand." He said, "I have sinned, and what I have done is betrayal, and the blood on my hands is innocent." Whatever rationalization had sustained him through the previous days, whatever political calculation or self-justification had allowed him to pocket the coins and lead the guards to the garden, it had collapsed overnight, and what was left was the naked recognition of what he had done. The chief priest's response was a masterpiece of institutional callousness. "What is that to us?" they said. "That is your responsibility." The men who had paid him, who had conspired with him, who had used his knowledge to arrest an innocent man in the dead of night, now disclaimed any connection to the moral consequences of the act. They had what they wanted. The transaction was complete. Whatever crisis of conscience Judas was experiencing was his problem, not theirs. The compartmentalization was seamless. They could orchestrate a man's death while simultaneously distancing themselves from the guilt of doing so, because the actual betrayal had been outsourced to someone else's hands. Judas threw the silver coins into the temple. The gesture was violent, a physical rejection of the money and everything it represented, the coins scattering across the stone floor of the sanctuary with a sound that must have echoed through the empty morning chamber. Then he left and went and hanged himself. Matthew delivers the fact with 5 words in Greek, without commentary, without moralizing, without lingering on the mechanics of the death. The book of Acts, attributed to Luke, provides a different account of the physical details. Judas purchased a field with the money and fell headlong, bursting open so that all his intestines spilled out. The apparent contradiction between hanging and falling has generated centuries of harmonization attempts, the most common being that Judas hanged himself and the rope or branch broke, resulting in the fall. What matters more than the precise mechanism of his death is the trajectory it completed. A man who had walked with Jesus, who had been trusted and chosen and included in the innermost circle of the most extraordinary life ever lived, ended his own existence alone, in a field, with 30 pieces of silver scattered on a temple floor behind him, and the blood of an innocent man on his conscience. The chief priests, displaying a scrupulousness about religious law that was grimly ironic given their behavior over the previous 12 hours, picked up the coins and debated what to do with them. It is not lawful to put them into the treasury, they said, since they are blood money. The same men who had paid the money, who had used it to purchase a betrayal, who were at that very moment arranging the execution of the man the money had helped them capture, could not bring themselves to deposit the coins in the temple fund because the coins were tainted. They used the money to buy the potter's field, a plot of waste ground where clay had been dug for making pottery, and designated it as a burial place for foreigners, for the unclaimed dead, and for the people who did not belong anywhere else. The field became known as Akeldama, the field of blood, and it served as a monument to the transaction that had purchased it. A place of death, bought with the price of a death, named for the blood that haunted every party to the deal. Matthew notes that this fulfilled what was spoken by the prophet Jeremiah, and then quotes a passage that is actually closer to Zechariah, but contains elements from Jeremiah as well, a fusion of prophetic texts that describe the purchase of a field for 30 pieces of silver, the price at which the shepherd was valued by those he had come to tend. The prophecy, like so many in the Passion narrative, operated on a level that none of the participants were conscious of. The priests were solving a bookkeeping problem. The prophets had written the receipt centuries in advance. The Sanhedrin's work was done. The prisoner was condemned. The charges were prepared. The morning light was growing stronger over the Mount of Olives, and the Temple Mount was coming alive with the first stirrings of the festival day. Somewhere in the lower city, Judas hung from a tree or lay broken in a field, his story over. In the courtyard of the high priest's house, the ashes of the fire where Peter had warmed himself were cold and gray. And in the custody of the temple guards, bruised, sleepless, bound, and already bearing the marks of the night's beatings, Jesus was led through the waking streets of Jerusalem toward the Praetorium, the official residence of the Roman prefect, where a man named Pontius Pilate was about to have the worst morning of his career. The Praetorium was not Pilate's home. His home was in Caesarea Maritima, 60 miles to the northwest, a gleaming coastal city built by Herod the Great with a harbor, a hippodrome, and a palace that overlooked the Mediterranean and felt, in every meaningful sense, like Rome. Jerusalem was a duty post, the place Pilate came when the festivals demanded his presence and the risk of unrest required his authority. When he was in the city, he stayed either in the Antonia fortress, the military barracks attached to the Temple Mount, or in Herod's former palace on the western hill, a complex of such opulence that even Roman officials accustomed to luxury found it impressive. The location of the Praetorium on that particular morning has been debated for centuries. But what is not debated is the scene that greeted Pilate when the delegation from the Sanhedrin arrived at his gate shortly after dawn. They would not come inside. The detail is extraordinary, and John records it with an irony so sharp it barely needs commentary. The chief priests and their entourage refused to enter the praetorium because entering the residence of a Gentile would render them ritually unclean, and ritual uncleanness would prevent them from eating the Passover meal. The men who had arrested a man by stealth, tried him in violation of their own legal procedures, beaten him in their council chamber, and were now seeking his execution, could not bring themselves to step across a pagan threshold, because it would compromise their ceremonial purity. The scrupulousness was exquisite. The hypocrisy was breathtaking, and Pilate, whatever else he thought of the Jews, could not have missed it. So Pilate went out to them. The Roman prefect of Judea stepped outside his own headquarters to accommodate the religious sensibilities of the men who were asking him to kill someone. And the power dynamics of that concession tell you something important about the relationship between Rome and the temple establishment. Pilate needed the priests almost as much as they needed him. Without their cooperation, governing Jerusalem was impossible. Without his military force, their authority was meaningless. They were locked in a partnership of mutual dependency and mutual contempt, and this morning, that partnership was about to be tested to its breaking point. "What accusation do you bring against this man?" Pilate asked. The question was procedurally correct. The opening of a Roman cognitio, the legal hearing in which a provincial governor examined charges brought by local authorities. The priest's response was evasive and arrogant. "If he were not a criminal, we would not have handed him over to you." They did not want to present evidence. They wanted Pilate to ratify their verdict without examining it, to rubber stamp the Sanhedrin's decision and provide the executive force they lacked. Pilate saw through it immediately. "Take him yourselves and judge him according to your own law," he said, which was either a genuine offer to let them handle the matter or, more likely, a pointed reminder that they had come to him precisely because they lacked the authority to do what they wanted to do. The priests confirmed it. "It is not lawful for us to put anyone to death." There it was, the real reason they were standing on his doorstep. They needed Rome's sword. Luke provides the most detailed account of the formal charges they presented, and the charges were entirely different from the ones that had been debated in the Sanhedrin the night before. Blasphemy had vanished. In its place were 3 accusations calibrated to alarm a Roman magistrate. "We found this man misleading our nation, forbidding the payment of taxes to Caesar, and saying that he himself is Christ, a king." Every element was either a distortion or an outright lie. Jesus had not forbidden the payment of taxes. He had told people to render unto Caesar what was Caesar's, a response the Pharisees themselves had heard and marveled at. He had not misled the nation, or at least his misleading of the nation was a matter of theological interpretation, not civil law. And while he had accepted the title of Christ, the messianic claim was a religious assertion that the Romans had no reason to care about unless it was reframed as a political challenge to imperial authority. The third charge was the one with teeth. He says he is a king. In the Roman legal system, claiming kingship without the authorization of the emperor was treason, and treason carried the death penalty. Pilate took Jesus inside the praetorium for a private interview, away from the priests and their demands, away from the crowd that was beginning to gather. John's Gospel provides the most extended account of this conversation, and it is one of the most remarkable encounters in all of ancient literature. A Roman governor and a Jewish prisoner, alone in a room, talking about truth. "Are you the king of the Jews?" Pilate asked. The question was direct, stripped of the theological layers that the Jewish authorities had wrapped around it. Pilate did not care about messianic prophecies or Davidic lineages. He cared about one thing. Was this man a political threat to Roman rule? Jesus answered with a question of his own. "Do you ask this on your own, or did others tell you about me?" The counter-question was not evasive. It was diagnostic. Jesus was asking Pilate to clarify his terms. A Jewish king, in the sense the prophets had intended, was one thing. A king in the sense that Rome would recognize, a rival claimant to political authority, was something else entirely. The answer to Pilate's question depended on which kind of king he was asking about. Pilate's response was dismissive and faintly irritated. "Am I a Jew? Your own nation and the chief priests have handed you over to me. What have you done?" He was telling Jesus that he had no interest in the theological dimensions of the case. He was a practical man, dealing with a practical problem. Someone had been handed to him with a capital charge, and he needed to determine whether the charge had merit. Jesus gave him an answer that Pilate could not have anticipated. "My kingdom is not of this world. If my kingdom were of this world, my servants would have been fighting to prevent my arrest by the Jewish leaders. But now, my kingdom is from another place." The answer was precisely calibrated to address Pilate's concern. Jesus was not denying that he was a king. He was specifying the nature of his kingship, and the specification was designed to make clear that he posed no military or political threat to Rome. His kingdom was not the kind that raised armies or contested borders or challenged the emperor's sovereignty over provincial territories. His servants had not fought. No rebellion had been planned. No weapons had been stockpiled. The evidence of Jesus' harmlessness was, ironically, the ease with which he had been arrested. A real political king would have resisted. Pilate seized on the admission. "You are a king, then," he said. Jesus replied, "You say that I am a king. In fact, the reason I was born and came into the world is to testify to the truth. Everyone on the side of truth listens to me." The statement was an invitation, offered in the quiet of a private room to a man who had the power to release him. Jesus was not begging for his life. He was offering Pilate a chance to see something, to hear something, to recognize a truth that had nothing to do with politics or power, and everything to do with the nature of reality itself. Pilate's reply has echoed through the centuries, 3 words that contain an entire civilization's exhaustion. What is truth? The question was rhetorical. It was the response of a man who had spent his career in the machinery of empire, where truth was whatever served the interests of power, where justice was whatever kept the peace, and where the concept of absolute truth was a luxury that administrators could not afford. Pilate did not wait for an answer. He turned and went back outside to the priests. "I find no basis for a charge against him," he announced. The verdict was stunning. The Roman governor, having personally examined the prisoner, had concluded that the charges were baseless. Under normal circumstances, this should have ended the matter. The prisoner should have been released. But circumstances were not normal, and the chief priests were not going to accept an acquittal. They became more insistent, Luke says, declaring that Jesus stirred up the people with his teaching throughout all Judea, from Galilee to this very place. The mention of Galilee gave Pilate an idea. If the man was Galilean, he fell under the jurisdiction of Herod Antipas, the tetrarch of Galilee and Perea, who happened to be in Jerusalem for the Passover festival. Sending Jesus to Herod accomplished several things simultaneously. It deferred a decision Pilate did not want to make. It showed respect for Herod's jurisdictional authority, and it passed the political risk to someone else. Pilate ordered Jesus transferred. Herod Antipas was delighted. He had wanted to see Jesus for a long time, not out of any judicial interest, but out of sheer curiosity. This was the man who had beheaded John the Baptist, who had been haunted by rumors that Jesus was John risen from the dead, and who had been hearing reports of miracles and teaching for years. He hoped to see Jesus perform some sign, some spectacular display of supernatural power, the way a wealthy patron might summon a magician to entertain at a banquet. He questioned Jesus at considerable length. He asked and asked and asked. Jesus said nothing, not a word. Not to any of Herod's questions, not to the vehement accusations that the chief priests and scribes kept hurling at him from across the room, not to the soldiers who stood around watching. The silence was absolute, and it drove Herod from curiosity to contempt. Herod and his soldiers treated Jesus with mockery. They dressed him in an elegant robe, the kind of garment a king might wear, and paraded him around as a joke, a peasant king from the backwater of Galilee, crowned in ridicule. The mocking was cruel, but it was also, from a legal standpoint, informative. Herod did not condemn Jesus. He humiliated him, which was the response of a man who considered the prisoner beneath serious attention rather than a genuine threat. He sent Jesus back to Pilate without a verdict, still wearing the mocking robe, and Luke adds a detail that is both darkly comic and politically significant. That day, Herod and Pilate became friends, though before this they had been at enmity with each other. The shared experience of being manipulated by the Sanhedrin into dealing with a problem neither of them wanted had created a bond between two men who normally despised each other. Jesus, bound and mocked and shuttled between jurisdictions like an unwanted parcel, had accidentally brokered a diplomatic reconciliation. Pilate received Jesus back and summoned the chief priests and the rulers and the people. He addressed them with what sounds like barely controlled frustration. "You brought me this man as one who was misleading the people. And after examining him before you, behold, I did not find this man guilty of any of your charges against him. Neither did Herod, for he sent him back to us. Look, nothing deserving death has been done by him. I will therefore punish him and release him." The offer to punish and release was Pilate's compromise, his attempt to satisfy the priests' desire for blood without committing to the execution they demanded. A flogging was a brutal punishment, capable of killing a man if administered with full force, and Pilate was offering it as a concession, a way of saying, "I will hurt him enough to satisfy you, but I will not kill an innocent man." It was the calculation of a politician, not a judge. An honest judge would have released the prisoner without punishment, because he had found no guilt. But an honest judge was not what Pilate was, and honesty was not what the situation required. The situation required survival, and Pilate's political survival depended on keeping Jerusalem calm during Passover, which meant keeping the chief priests from inciting the very riot he had been sent to prevent. The crowd had a different idea. It was customary at the Passover festival for the Roman governor to release one prisoner as a gesture of goodwill, a concession to Jewish sentiment that cost Rome very little and generated a small but useful amount of public gratitude. Pilate seized on this custom as another potential escape route. He offered the crowd a choice. "Whom do you want me to release to you, Barabbas or Jesus, who is called Christ?" Barabbas was a man whose biography, compressed into a few phrases across the gospel accounts, paints a picture of exactly the kind of figure the Roman authorities feared most. He was a revolutionary, a man who had participated in an insurrection against Rome during which he had committed murder. Mark calls him a rebel who had committed murder in the uprising. Luke describes him as a man who had been thrown into prison for an insurrection started in the city and for murder. John simply calls him a bandit, using a Greek word, lestes, that Josephus would later apply to the armed Jewish resistance fighters who plagued the Roman occupation. Barabbas was, in short, everything that Jesus was not: a man of violence, a genuine political threat, a killer who had actually taken up arms against the empire. The choice Pilate offered was designed to be obvious. Surely the crowd would prefer the release of a harmless teacher over a convicted murderer and insurrectionist. He was wrong. The chief priests and the elders had been working the crowd, and their persuasion, combined with the fickle psychology of mobs, had done its work. Matthew records it simply: "They persuaded the crowds to ask for Barabbas and to have Jesus executed. When Pilate asked which of the two they wanted released, the answer came back as a roar: Barabbas." Pilate, visibly shaken, asked the question that hangs over the entire trial like a condemned man's last breath: "Then what shall I do with Jesus, who is called Christ?" The crowd answered with a single word, repeated until it became a chant: "Crucify! "Crucify him! Crucify him!" Pilate tried again. Why? What crime has he committed? But the question was drowned out. They shouted all the more, "Crucify him!" The mob had found its voice and its single note, and no argument, no appeal to justice, no procedural objection from a Roman governor could compete with the raw, repetitive fury of a crowd that had decided what it wanted. Matthew records that Pilate's wife sent him a message during the proceedings. "Have nothing to do with that righteous man, for I have suffered much because of him today in a dream." The message arrived too late to change anything, but its inclusion in the narrative adds another layer to the portrait of a man surrounded on every side by reasons to release the prisoner and unable to act on any of them. Pilate ordered Jesus flogged. The Roman flagellum was not a simple whip. It was a multi-thonged instrument, each leather strip embedded with pieces of bone, lead, or sharp metal. The prisoner was stripped, his hands tied to a post or pillar, and the blows were delivered across the back, the buttocks, and the legs by soldiers trained in the technique. The effect was devastating. The metal fragments tore through the skin and into the muscle beneath, producing wounds so deep that the ribs and the internal organs were sometimes exposed. Many men did not survive the flogging. Those who did were left in a state of extreme shock, their backs a ruin of shredded flesh and exposed tissue, their blood pressure dropping, their bodies entering the early stages of the cardiovascular collapse that would later be completed on the cross. The soldiers took Jesus into the praetorium and gathered the whole cohort around him. What followed was an episode of sustained cruelty that combined physical torture with theatrical mockery. They stripped him and put a scarlet robe on him, the color of royalty, dressing the wounded prisoner as a king. They twisted together a crown of thorns and pressed it onto his head, the long spikes piercing the scalp and sending blood running down his forehead and into his eyes. They put a reed in his right hand as a mock scepter. Then they knelt before him in a parody of royal homage. "Hail, King of the Jews," they said. And they spat on him, and they took the reed and struck him on the head with it, driving the thorns deeper into his scalp. They struck him in the face. They pulled out his beard. They did these things not under orders, but for entertainment, because cruelty, when it is sanctioned by authority and directed at someone who cannot retaliate, becomes a sport, and the soldiers of the Roman garrison were bored men in a hostile city during a festival they did not understand. And here was a prisoner who claimed to be a king, and the joke was irresistible. Pilate brought him out. This is the moment that the Gospel of John records with two Latin words that have reverberated through art and theology and philosophy for 2 millennia, ecce homo. Behold the man. Jesus stood before the crowd, wearing the crown of thorns and the purple robe, his face swollen, his back destroyed, blood drying in streaks on his skin. Pilate presented him as though he were displaying evidence. "Look at him. Look at what has been done to him. Is this not enough?" The gesture was an appeal to pity, a final attempt to satisfy the crowd's hunger for suffering without delivering the ultimate punishment. Surely the sight of a man so thoroughly broken would drain the fury from even the most hostile mob. Surely they could see that this wrecked, bleeding figure was no threat to anyone. The chief priests and their officers screamed, "Crucify him! Crucify him!" Pilate's appeal to pity had failed. The sight of Jesus' suffering had not moved them to mercy. It had inflamed them further, the way the scent of blood drives certain animals not to retreat, but to attack. "Take him yourselves and crucify him," Pilate snapped, "for I find no guilt in him." It was a statement of exasperation, not a genuine legal order. Pilate knew perfectly well that the Jews did not have the authority to crucify anyone. He was throwing the impossibility of the situation back in their faces. The Jewish leaders shifted their ground. "We have a law," they said, "and according to that law, he ought to die because he has made himself the Son of God." The phrase "Son of God" struck Pilate differently than it would have struck a Jewish listener. For a Roman, The title Son of God was associated with the emperor, with divine lineage, with a category of being that transcended the merely human. John says that when Pilate heard these words, he was even more afraid. The fear had been building throughout the morning, accumulating with each exchange, each failed attempt to resolve the situation, each new piece of information that suggested the prisoner standing before him was not what he appeared to be. Pilate took Jesus back inside. "Where are you from?" he asked, and the question had a weight that went beyond geography. Jesus gave no answer. Pilate's frustration boiled over. "You will not speak to me? Do you not know that I have authority to release you and authority to crucify you?" It was a naked assertion of power, the last card a Roman governor had to play. "I hold your life in my hands." Jesus' response demolished it. "You would have no authority over me at all unless it had been given you from above. Therefore, he who delivered me over to you has the greater sin." The statement was a complete inversion of the power dynamic in the room. The man in chains was telling the man on the judgment seat that his power was derivative, borrowed, granted from a source that Pilate could not see and could not command. And the final phrase about the greater sin was a graduated moral judgment that acknowledged Pilate's guilt while specifying that someone else, Caiaphas or Judas, or perhaps all of them together, bore a heavier burden. From then on, John says, Pilate sought to release him. The verb indicates repeated, sustained effort. Pilate was not simply inclined to let Jesus go. He was actively looking for a way to do it, and every avenue was being blocked. The chief priests delivered their final and most devastating argument. If you release this man, you are not Caesar's friend. Everyone who makes himself a king opposes Caesar. The phrase Caesar's friend was not casual. Amicus Caesaris was a technical term, a designation of political loyalty and imperial favor. To be called not Caesar's friend was to be accused of disloyalty to the emperor, and in the reign of Tiberius, who was paranoid, vindictive, and ruling from his island retreat through a network of informers, an accusation of disloyalty could end a career and a life. The priests had found Pilate's nerve. They were no longer asking him to condemn Jesus. They were threatening to denounce him to Rome if he did not. Pilate brought Jesus out one final time and sat down on the judgment seat at a place called the Stone Pavement, or in Aramaic Gabbatha. John records the time. It was about the 6th hour, the middle of the day, though the chronology across the Gospels is difficult to harmonize precisely. Pilate presented Jesus to the crowd one last time. "Behold your king," he said, and the words dripped with something that was not quite mockery, and not quite admiration, and not quite despair. "Shall I crucify your king?" The chief priests answered with a declaration that would have been unthinkable in any other context. "We have no king but Caesar." The priests of the God of Israel, the custodians of a tradition that held God alone as king, the heirs of a theology that regarded human kingship as a concession to human weakness and divine kingship as the only ultimate reality, stood before a Roman governor and declared that their only king was a pagan emperor on an island in the Mediterranean. It was the final capitulation, the moment when the religious establishment formally exchanged its theological birthright for the political security of the Roman alliance. Pilate called for water. He washed his hands in front of the crowd. "I am innocent of this man's blood," he announced. "It is your responsibility." The gesture was Jewish, not Roman, drawn from the Deuteronomic ritual for absolving a community of guilt when a murdered body was found and no killer could be identified. Whether Pilate knew the custom, or whether he improvised a symbolic act that happened to mirror it, the effect was the same. A man publicly declaring his own innocence while signing a death warrant. The crowd answered with words that have haunted Jewish-Christian relations for 2,000 years, and that have been used monstrously and unjustly to justify centuries of anti-Semitic persecution. His blood be on us and on our children. Matthew alone records this cry, and its interpretation has been among the most consequential and most abused in the history of biblical scholarship. What the crowd meant in the moment, whether it was a genuine acceptance of collective responsibility or simply the frenzied shout of a mob that would have said anything to get what it wanted, is impossible to determine with certainty. What is certain is that the words were spoken by a specific group of people at a specific moment, not by an entire nation for all time, and that any reading of the text that assigns permanent, inherited guilt to the Jewish people as a whole is a reading that the text itself does not support, and that the figure at the center of the story, who was himself Jewish, who chose Jewish disciples, and who told his followers to love their enemies, would have rejected absolutely. Pilate released Barabbas. The murderer walked free. The innocent man was handed over to be crucified. Pilate had found no guilt in him, and said so 3 times. Herod had found no guilt in him and sent him back. Pilate's wife had warned against it. The evidence, the law, the prisoner's own testimony, everything pointed toward acquittal, and none of it mattered, because the machinery of politics and fear and institutional self-preservation had overridden every mechanism of justice that the ancient world possessed. The governor who had the power to release him used that power to condemn him, not because the evidence demanded it, not because justice required it, but because the alternative was political ruin, and political ruin was the one thing Pontius Pilate was not willing to endure. The soldiers stripped the purple robe off Jesus, tearing it away from the wounds on his back where the blood had dried and the fabric had adhered to the raw flesh, reopening everything the flogging had done. They put his own clothes back on him. They placed the crossbeam on his shoulders. And they led him out of the praetorium, through the streets of Jerusalem, toward a hill outside the city walls that the locals called, in Aramaic, Golgotha. Golgotha. The name meant place of the skull, and whether it derived from the shape of the rocky outcrop, which from certain angles resembled the dome of a human cranium, or from the skulls of the previously executed that littered the ground nearby, or from some older tradition lost to time, the effect was the same. The name told you what the place was for. It was a killing ground, a permanent installation of Roman judicial violence, located just outside the city walls near a major road so that the maximum number of people would see what happened there and draw the appropriate conclusions about the consequences of defying Rome. Crucifixion was not hidden. It was displayed. It was, in every sense of the word, a spectacle. The walk from the Praetorium to Golgotha was not long, perhaps 1/3 of a mile, but for a man in Jesus' condition it might as well have been 100. Roman crucifixion protocol required the condemned to carry the patibulum, the horizontal crossbeam, to the execution site, where it would be affixed to a vertical stake already planted in the ground. The crossbeam weighed between 75 and 100 pounds, and it was laid across the shoulders and the back of the neck, with the arms sometimes tied to it for stability. For a healthy man, the weight was manageable. For a man who had not slept in over 24 hours, who had been beaten repeatedly during the night, who had been scourged with a Roman flagellum until his back was an open wound, and who had lost enough blood to be in the early stages of hypovolemic shock, the weight was crushing. Jesus collapsed. The Gospels do not describe the fall directly, but they describe what happened because of it, and the implication is unmistakable. The soldiers, recognizing that the prisoner was not going to make it to the execution site under his own power, seized a man from the crowd and compelled him to carry the crossbeam. His name was Simon, and he was from Cyrene, a city in modern-day Libya that was home to a large Jewish community. He was coming in from the countryside, Mark says, entering Jerusalem through the gate as Jesus was leaving it, arriving for the Passover festival at the exact moment when the procession passed by. The soldiers grabbed him, and without explanation or appeal, forced the heavy beam onto his shoulders. Simon of Cyrene did not volunteer. He was conscripted, dragooned by Roman military authority into performing a task that was not only physically arduous but socially contaminating. To carry the instrument of execution was to be associated with the condemned, to be marked in the eyes of every onlooker as part of the machinery of death. Mark identifies Simon as the father of Alexander and Rufus, a detail that would have been meaningless to a general audience, but that clearly identified him to the early Christian community for whom Mark was writing. Alexander and Rufus were known to them. They were part of the church, which means that whatever Simon experienced on that walk through the streets of Jerusalem, whatever he saw when he looked at the man who could no longer carry his own cross, it did not end at Golgotha. It followed him home. It changed his family. His children became believers, and the faith that shaped them began, in some sense, on the back of a man from North Africa who was in the wrong place at the wrong time and who found that the wrong place was, in fact, exactly where he was supposed to be. The procession moved through the streets, and the streets were not empty. A great multitude of people followed, Luke says, and among them were women who were mourning and wailing for him. These were not the women of Jesus' inner circle, not Mary his mother, not Mary Magdalene, not the other women who had followed him from Galilee. These were women of Jerusalem, local residents who witnessed the procession and responded with the traditional laments for the dead, the keening, rhythmic cries that accompanied funerals and public tragedies throughout the ancient Near East. Their grief was genuine, but Jesus, even in his extremity, turned to address them, and what he said was not a word of comfort, but a warning. "Daughters of Jerusalem, do not weep for me, but weep for yourselves and for your children. For behold, the days are coming when they will say, 'Blessed are the barren and the wombs that never bore, and the breasts that never nursed.' Then they will begin to say to the mountains, 'Fall on us,' and to the hills, 'Cover us.' For if they do these things when the wood is green, what will happen when it is dry?" The prophecy was devastating, and it pointed to the same catastrophe he had wept over from the Mount of Olives days earlier. If Rome would crucify an innocent man during peacetime, what would Rome do when Jerusalem actually revolted? The green wood was the present moment, relatively calm, relatively stable. The dry wood was the future, and the fire that would consume it would make this morning's cruelty look like a prologue. 40 years later, when the Roman legions besieged Jerusalem and mothers starved in the streets and the temple burned and the survivors were led away in chains, the women who had heard these words, if any of them survived, would have understood exactly what he meant. 2 others were led out with him to be executed, both criminals, one on his right and one on his left. Luke calls them kakurgoi, evildoers, a general term. Matthew and Mark use the word lestai, the same word John used for Barabbas, which can mean bandits, robbers, or insurgents. Whether these men were common thieves or political rebels is unclear, but their presence alongside Jesus was not accidental. The placement of a condemned man between 2 criminals fulfilled, with a precision that the executioners could not have intended and probably did not notice, the words of the prophet Isaiah. He was numbered with the transgressors. They arrived at Golgotha. The vertical stakes were already in place. Rough-hewn timber posts, standing perhaps 8 or 9 feet high, permanent fixtures that were reused for each new execution. The soldiers offered Jesus wine mixed with myrrh, a mild analgesic that was customarily given to condemned men to dull the pain of what was about to happen. Jesus tasted it and refused. He would endure this fully conscious, fully present, without the mercy of numbness. The mechanics of crucifixion were understood with clinical precision by the Romans, who had been practicing it for centuries. The prisoner was laid on the ground, the crossbeam positioned beneath his shoulders. The arms were stretched out along the beam. Iron nails, roughly 5 to 7 inches long and 1/3 of an inch in diameter, were driven through the wrists, not the palms, because the palms could not support the body's weight without the flesh tearing through. The nail was placed at the base of the wrist, between the small bones of the carpus, a location that avoided major arteries but compressed the median nerve, producing a bolt of pain so intense and so constant that a new word would eventually be coined to describe it: excruciating, from the Latin excruciare, meaning out of the cross. Every use of that word in every language it has entered carries the memory of this instrument. The crossbeam, with the prisoner nailed to it, was then lifted and fitted into a notch or groove at the top of the vertical stake. The body swung and dropped, the full weight suddenly suspended by the nails in the wrists, the shoulders threatening to dislocate. The feet were positioned against the vertical beam, one on top of the other or side by side, and a single nail was driven through both, anchoring the lower body. A small wooden block, the sedile, sometimes projected from the upright, providing a narrow seat that prevented the body from sagging too far and prolonging the ordeal by allowing the condemned to push upward enough to breathe. Because that was how crucifixion killed. Not through blood loss, though the blood loss was significant. Not through shock, though the shock was severe. Crucifixion killed through asphyxiation. When the body hung by the arms, the pectoral and intercostal muscles were stretched to the point where the chest could expand to inhale, but could not compress to exhale. Carbon dioxide built up in the blood. The lungs burned. The only way to breathe was to push upward on the nails through the feet, straightening the legs, lifting the body enough to allow the chest to compress and expel the trapped air. Each breath required this agonizing push, scraping the shredded back against the rough wood of the upright, sending fire through the nails in the feet, straining muscles that were already in spasm. The cycle repeated with every breath. Sag, suffocate, push, breathe, sag again. The process could last hours. It could last days. The dying did not stop until the body was too exhausted to push up one more time, and the lungs filled for the last time with air that could not be released. It was 9 o'clock in the morning when they crucified him, Mark records. The soldiers divided his clothing among themselves, casting lots to determine who would get each piece. John specifies that the outer garment was seamless, woven in one piece from top to bottom, and that rather than tear it, the soldiers cast lots for it whole, fulfilling, whether they knew it or not, the words of Psalm 22. They divided my garments among them, and for my clothing they cast lots. The soldiers then sat down and kept watch over him, performing the bored, patient vigil that was their duty until the prisoners died. Pilate had ordered a titulus, a placard, to be affixed above Jesus' head, stating the charge for which he was being executed. The inscription was written in 3 languages, Hebrew, Latin, and Greek, so that every literate person in the multilingual city could read it. It said, "Jesus of Nazareth, the King of the Jews." The chief priests protested immediately, asking Pilate to change it to, "This man said, 'I am the King of the Jews.'" The distinction mattered enormously. Pilate's wording presented the title as a statement of fact. The priests wanted it presented as a claim, a delusion, a charge. Pilate refused. "What I have written, he said. And the phrase has the finality of a man who has been pushed as far as he is willing to go and will not be pushed 1 inch further. Whether the inscription was Pilate's last act of defiance against the priests who had coerced him, or a bitter joke at the expense of the prisoner, or an unwitting prophecy, or all 3 at once, the words stayed as they were, nailed above the head of a dying man for everyone passing on the road below to read. The mockery continued even on the cross. Those who passed by hurled insults at him, shaking their heads. "You who would destroy the temple and rebuild it in 3 days, save yourself. If you are the Son of God, come down from the cross." The chief priests joined in, mocking him among themselves and to the crowd. "He saved others," they said, "but he cannot save himself. Let the Christ, the King of Israel, come down now from the cross, that we may see and believe." The taunt was more theologically precise than the priests probably intended. He saved others, but cannot save himself. They meant it as proof of his powerlessness. The deeper truth, which they were articulating without grasping, was that the inability to save himself was not a failure of power, but a consequence of purpose. If he came down from the cross, the others would not be saved. The two propositions were mutually exclusive: save himself or save them. He could not do both, and he had chosen. Even the soldiers mocked him, offering him sour wine, the cheap vinegar wine that Roman soldiers drank on duty, and calling out, "If you are the king of the Jews, save yourself." One of the criminals crucified alongside him joined the abuse. "Are you not the Christ? Save yourself and us." But the other criminal, the one whose name tradition would remember as Dismas though the Gospels do not name him, rebuked the first. "Do you not fear God, since you are under the same sentence of condemnation? And we indeed justly, for we are receiving the due reward of our deeds, but this man has done nothing wrong." Then he turned to Jesus and said, with a faith so astonishing that it stands as one of the most remarkable statements in the entire narrative, "Jesus, remember me when you come into your kingdom." Consider what this meant. A man dying on a cross next to another man dying on a cross looked at the bleeding, gasping, mocked, and seemingly defeated figure beside him and saw a king. He saw a kingdom. He saw something beyond the nails and the wood and the jeering crowd, something that made him stake whatever was left of his existence on the belief that this crucified man had a kingdom to come into and the power to remember those who asked. Jesus' answer was immediate. "Truly I tell you, today you will be with me in paradise." It was the first of the 7 statements Jesus would make from the cross, and it was a promise of breathtaking scope, delivered in a whisper between gasping breaths by a man who appeared to have nothing left to give. At the foot of the cross, a small group stood watching. John's Gospel identifies them: Mary, his mother; Mary's sister; Mary, the wife of Clopas; and Mary Magdalene. John himself was there, the only one of the 12 who had not fled, standing with the women in the shadow of the cross. Jesus looked down at his mother and at John, and he spoke the second word from the cross. "Woman, behold your son," he said to Mary, and then to John, "Behold your mother." The instruction was practical and devastating at once. He was dying, and his mother needed someone to care for her. He entrusted her to John, and John took her into his home from that day forward. The dying man, in the midst of his own agony, was making arrangements for his mother's welfare, because even on the cross, the people he loved came before his own pain. At noon, the sky went dark. All 3 synoptic Gospels record this, and the agreement is emphatic. From the 6th hour until the 9th hour, from noon until 3 in the afternoon, darkness fell over the whole land. The Greek word can mean the whole land or the whole earth, and the ambiguity may be deliberate, because the darkness, whatever its natural or supernatural cause, was described by the Gospel writers as an event of cosmic significance. Some have proposed a solar eclipse, but Passover fell on a full moon, and solar eclipses do not occur during a full moon. Others have suggested a severe sandstorm, or a thick cloud cover, or a volcanic dust veil. The ancient historian Thallus, writing a few decades later, apparently attempted to explain the darkness as an eclipse, and the Christian writer Julius Africanus objected that an eclipse was astronomically impossible at Passover. The debate over natural explanations misses the theological point that the Gospel writers were making. The light of the world was going out, and the world was responding in kind. For 3 hours, Jesus hung in darkness. The crowd may have fallen silent, or some of them may have drifted away, unnerved by the unnatural gloom. The soldiers remained at their posts. The women remained at the foot of the cross. And in the darkness, whatever was happening to Jesus, whatever transaction was taking place between him and the weight he was carrying, the sin and the suffering and the separation from God that the theologians would later try to articulate in 1,000 different formulations, It was happening without witnesses, without commentary, without explanation. The darkness was the veil drawn over the most sacred moment in the story, the Holy of Holies of the Passion, the place where no one could follow and no one could watch. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Jesus cried out in a loud voice, and the words he used were Aramaic. Eloi, Eloi, lema sabachthani. My God, why have you forsaken me? The fourth word from the cross, and the most troubling. It is the opening line of Psalm 22, a psalm that begins in utter desolation and ends in triumphant praise, and scholars have debated for centuries whether Jesus was quoting only the opening of the psalm, expressing genuine abandonment, or invoking the entire psalm, including its resolution of hope. The debate may be unanswerable, and perhaps it should be. What is certain is that the words describe an experience of absolute spiritual isolation, a moment when the connection between the Son and the Father, which had been the foundation of everything Jesus had said and done throughout his entire life, was severed, or felt severed, or became, for reasons that lie beyond human comprehension, a void where there had always been presence. The man who had called God Abba in the garden, who had spoken of his Father with an intimacy that scandalized the religious authorities, was now crying out across a gulf that had never existed before and would, if the story is true, never exist again. This was the cup. This was the thing he had begged to be spared. And he was drinking it to the bottom. Some of the bystanders, hearing the Aramaic, misunderstood. He is calling Elijah, they said, confusing Eloi with the prophet's name. One of them ran and filled a sponge with sour wine, fixed it on a stick, and held it up to his lips. Wait, the other said. Let us see whether Elijah comes to take him down. Elijah did not come. Jesus said, I thirst. The fifth word from the cross, and the most human. The body that had walked the roads of Galilee, that had touched the eyes of the blind and the skin of lepers, that had broken bread at 100 tables and slept under 1,000 stars, was failing. The blood loss, the exposure, the hours of tortured breathing had drained every reserve. He was thirsty, and he said so, and John notes that he said it in order that the scripture might be fulfilled, pointing to Psalm 69. For my thirst they gave me vinegar to drink. They put a sponge soaked in sour wine on a branch of hyssop and held it to his mouth. The hyssop was a detail layered with meaning. Hyssop was the plant used to sprinkle the blood of the Passover lamb on the doorposts in Egypt, the night the angel of death passed over the houses of the Israelites. The instrument of his last drink was the instrument of the original salvation. The two events, joined by a fragile stalk of hyssop, held up to the lips of a dying man. Jesus received the wine. Then he spoke the sixth word. It is finished. The Greek word is tetelestai, and it means more than it is over or it is done. It means it is completed, it is accomplished, it is brought to its intended end. The word was used in commercial transactions to indicate that a debt had been paid in full. It was used in the completion of a task or the fulfillment of an assignment. Jesus was not announcing that his suffering was ending, though it was. He was announcing that something had been achieved, that the purpose for which he had come, the cup he had accepted in the garden, the mission he had described throughout his ministry, was now finished. The work was done. The debt was paid. The thing that needed to happen had happened. Then the seventh and final word. Father, into your hands I commit my spirit. The address had changed. In the darkness, at the moment of his deepest agony, he had cried out, My God, the formal and distant term of a man who felt abandoned. Now, at the end, with the work completed, the intimacy had returned. Father, the relationship was restored, or revealed as never having been truly broken, and the final act was an act of trust, of surrender, of a child placing himself in the hands of a parent. Luke says he cried this out in a loud voice, which is medically significant. A man dying of crucifixion, induced asphyxiation, should not have had the lung capacity for a loud cry. The shout suggested that Jesus did not die of exhaustion. He died by choice, releasing his spirit in a deliberate act rather than simply running out of breath. He bowed his head and gave up his spirit. John's phrasing is precise. He did not lose his life. He gave it. The distinction echoes everything he had said about the Good Shepherd, who lays down his life for his sheep. No one takes it from me, but I lay it down of my own accord. Even in death, especially in death, the agency was his. The moment of death was accompanied by signs that the gospel writers record with the breathless urgency of men describing something they could barely process. The curtain of the temple was torn in two, from top to bottom. This was the great veil that separated the Holy of Holies from the rest of the temple, the curtain that only the high priest could pass through, and only once a year on the Day of Atonement, to enter the presence of God. The tearing of the curtain from top to bottom, not from bottom to top, indicated that the tearing was done from above by God, not from below by human hands. The barrier between God and humanity, the separation that the entire sacrificial system of the temple existed to mediate, had been removed. The way was open. The Holy of Holies was exposed to the open air, and whatever it meant that something fundamental about the relationship between heaven and earth had just changed. Matthew adds more. The earth shook. Rocks split. Tombs broke open. The bodies of many holy people who had died were raised to life. They came out of the tombs after Jesus' resurrection and went into the holy city and appeared to many people. The passage is among the most mysterious in the entire New Testament, and its interpretation ranges from literal to symbolic to apocalyptic. What is unmistakable is the literary and theological intention. The death of Jesus was not a private event. It shook the foundations of the world. It opened graves. It disturbed the boundary between the living and the dead in a way that anticipated in miniature the general resurrection that the early Christians believed was coming. The centurion standing guard at the cross watched Jesus die. He had overseen executions before. He had watched men curse and scream and beg and lose control of their bodies and die in increments over hours and days. He had never watched a man die like this, with authority, with intention, with a loud cry that should have been impossible, and a final breath that felt less like a failure of the body than a departure of the soul. The centurion said, "Truly, this man was the Son of God." Mark records it as a statement of faith. Whether the centurion understood the phrase in its full theological weight, or simply meant that this was a man who was more than a man, the words have an authority that comes from their source, a Roman soldier, a pagan, a functionary of the empire that had just executed the prisoner, standing at the foot of the cross and arriving at a conclusion that the Sanhedrin had rejected and that Pilate had refused to engage with. The outsiders saw what the insiders would not. It was now late afternoon on Friday. The day of preparation, the hours before the Sabbath, began at sundown. Jewish law prohibited leaving bodies on a cross overnight, and the approach of both the Sabbath and the Passover made the urgency acute. The Jewish authorities asked Pilate to hasten the deaths by ordering the soldiers to break the prisoner's legs, a practice called crucifixion. Breaking the legs made it impossible for the condemned to push upward to breathe, and death by asphyxiation followed within minutes. The soldiers broke the legs of the first criminal and then the other. But when they came to Jesus, they saw that he was already dead, and they did not break his legs. Instead, one of the soldiers pierced his side with a spear, and immediately blood and water flowed out. John, who claims to have been an eyewitness, emphasizes this detail with extraordinary insistence. The man who saw it has given testimony, and his testimony is true. He knows that he tells the truth, and he testifies so that you also may believe. The blood and water have been interpreted medically as evidence of pericardial or pleural effusion, fluid that had accumulated around the heart or lungs during the hours of suffering. They have been interpreted theologically as symbols of the sacraments, the blood of communion and the water of baptism flowing from the body of Christ. They have been interpreted simply as proof that Jesus was dead, genuinely and completely dead, not unconscious, not in a coma, not in some state from which he might be revived. The spear confirmed what the centurion had observed. The man on the cross was gone. The hill fell quiet. The crowds dispersed. The soldiers gathered their equipment. The two criminals hung motionless on either side of an empty cross, their broken legs dangling. The women who had watched from a distance, who had followed him from Galilee and had stood in the shadow of the cross for 6 hours while the man they loved died in front of them, remained. They did not leave. They had nowhere else to be. The afternoon shadows lengthened across Golgotha, and the body of Jesus of Nazareth hung in the fading light, and the world, for the first time in 33 years, did not contain him among the living. What happens when God dies? The question is not rhetorical, and it is not philosophical, and it was not, for the people who stood on that hill as the afternoon bled into evening, abstract in any sense whatsoever. It was the most concrete question in the world. The man they had believed was the Messiah, the Son of the living God, the one through whom all things were made and in whom all things held together, was hanging dead on a Roman cross, and the sky had gone dark, and the earth had shaken, and the curtain in the temple had torn itself in half, and now the sun was coming back, and the birds were singing, and the world was carrying on, as though nothing had changed, which was, for the people who loved him, the most unbearable part of all. The world should have stopped. It did not stop. The merchants in the lower city were closing their stalls. The pilgrims were preparing their evening meals. The lambs were being roasted for the Passover suppers that would begin at sundown. And on Golgotha, the body cooled. But time was short, and the Sabbath was approaching, and Jewish law was absolute on one point. The dead must be buried before sunset on the day of their death, and no work of any kind, including burial, could be performed once the Sabbath began. There were perhaps 2 hours of daylight remaining, possibly less, and what needed to happen in those 2 hours would require influence, courage, money, and speed, none of which the disciples were in any position to provide. They were scattered, hiding, broken by the events of the previous 18 hours, incapable of action. Peter was somewhere in the city, destroyed by his own denial. The rest had fled into the countryside or were cowering in locked rooms. The women remained at the cross, but women in first-century Jerusalem did not have the legal standing or the social access to negotiate with a Roman governor for the release of a crucified body. The man who stepped forward was the last person anyone would have expected, and that is precisely the point. Joseph of Arimathea was a member of the Sanhedrin, the very council that had condemned Jesus to death. He was wealthy, prominent, and respected, a man of exactly the social standing and institutional authority that the disciples lacked. Mark describes him as a prominent member of the council who was himself waiting expectantly for the kingdom of God. Luke adds that he had not consented to their decision and action, specifying that when the vote to condemn Jesus was taken, Joseph had dissented. Matthew calls him a disciple of Jesus. John adds the crucial qualifier, but secretly, because he feared the Jews. Joseph had been a follower of Jesus in the shadows, a man who believed privately what he could not afford to confess publicly, whose position on the council required a discretion that was indistinguishable from the outside, from complicity. He had sat in the room while the false witnesses testified. He had watched the high priest tear his robes. He had cast his dissenting vote and been overruled, and he had done nothing more, because nothing more was possible for a man in his position without sacrificing everything he had. Until now. Now, with Jesus dead and the Sabbath approaching, and no one else willing or able to act, Joseph did something that required more courage than anything the disciples had managed in the previous 24 hours. He went to Pilate and asked for the body. The request was extraordinary on multiple levels. To approach the Roman governor and identify oneself as an associate of a man who had just been executed for treason was to risk being arrested as an accomplice. To claim the body was to make a public declaration of loyalty to the condemned, an act that would instantly end Joseph's career on the Sanhedrin and make him a target for the same priestly establishment that had orchestrated the execution. Joseph had spent years cultivating his secret discipleship, protecting his position, balancing his faith against his fear. In a single afternoon, he threw all of it away. The death of Jesus did not make Joseph less brave. It made him brave for the first time, as though the thing he had been afraid of losing no longer mattered because the thing he should have been holding on to was already gone. Pilate was surprised to hear that Jesus was already dead. Crucifixion was a slow death, measured in days rather than hours, and for a prisoner to die within 6 hours was unusual enough to require verification. Pilate summoned the centurion who had overseen the execution and confirmed that Jesus was dead. Then he granted the body to Joseph, a decision that was within his authority, and that cost him nothing but may have given him a small, sour satisfaction. The priests had forced him to crucify a man he believed was innocent, and now a member of their own council was publicly defying them by claiming the body. The ironies of the day were multiplying beyond anyone's ability to track them. Joseph bought fine linen. The purchase tells you that he had not planned this in advance. He was improvising, spending money and time he could not afford to waste, racing the sunset. He went to Golgotha, and there, on the hill where the soldiers were finishing their work, he took down the body of Jesus from the cross. The mechanics of this removal are not described, but they would have been gruesome and intimate. The nails had to be extracted from the wrists and feet. The stiffening body had to be lowered from the crossbeam. The weight of a dead man had to be received into living arms. Joseph, a wealthy aristocrat who probably had servants for every physical task in his daily life, held the broken body of his secret teacher and carried it down from the place of execution. He was not alone. Nicodemus came too. Nicodemus, the Pharisee who had visited Jesus secretly at night early in the ministry, who had asked how a man could be born again and received an answer that had evidently lodged in his soul and would not be dislodged. Nicodemus brought with him a mixture of myrrh and aloes weighing about 75 pounds. The quantity was staggering, appropriate not for the burial of a common man, but for the burial of a king. The extravagance was a statement. Whatever the Sanhedrin had decided, whatever Pilate had written on the titulus, whatever the crowd had shouted and the soldiers had mocked, Nicodemus was burying Jesus with the honors due to royalty. 2 secret disciples, one from the Sanhedrin and one from the Pharisees, coming out of hiding at the moment of maximum danger to perform the service that the 12 chosen apostles could not or would not perform. The courage of the latecomers shamed the faithlessness of the first. They worked quickly. Jewish burial custom required the body to be washed, anointed with spices to counteract the odor of decomposition, and wrapped in linen cloths. Joseph and Nicodemus washed the blood and dirt from the body, packed the myrrh and aloes into the folds of the linen, and wound the long strips of cloth around the torso, the limbs, and finally the head, which received its own separate cloth. They did this work with their own hands, in haste, as the shadows lengthened and the first stars began to appear in the eastern sky. The intimacy of the task is almost unbearable to contemplate. 2 powerful men kneeling in a garden, washing the wounds they had failed to prevent, wrapping in fine linen the body of a man they had followed in secret and defended too late. Joseph had a tomb. It was newly cut from the rock, located in a garden near Golgotha, and no one had ever been laid in it. Matthew specifies that it was Joseph's own new tomb, a detail that marks the burial as both an act of generosity and a fulfillment of Isaiah's prophecy that the suffering servant would be assigned a grave with the rich. Rock-cut tombs were expensive, carved by stonemasons into the limestone hillsides around Jerusalem, and they were typically family tombs, designed to hold multiple burials over generations. Joseph gave his own tomb, the tomb he had prepared for himself, to the man he had followed in secret, and in doing so gave away not only a valuable piece of property, but his own planned resting place. They carried the body into the tomb and laid it on the stone shelf cut into the wall. Then they rolled a great stone against the entrance. The stone was a standard feature of Jerusalem tombs, a large disc-shaped boulder that sat in a channel carved into the rock before the entrance and could be rolled into position to seal the opening. It was heavy enough to require several men to move, and once in place, it served as both a barrier against animals and grave robbers, and a seal that marked the burial as complete. The stone rolled into position with a sound that must have echoed off the garden walls, a heavy, grinding finality that said, "This is over. This is done. The tomb is sealed. The man is dead." The women watched. Mary Magdalene and Mary, the mother of Joses, sat opposite the tomb, Mark says, and they saw where the body was laid. They were keeping track. They were noting the location, memorizing the garden, marking the tomb in their minds so that they could return after the Sabbath to complete the burial preparations that the hurried Friday evening anointing had not allowed time to finish. The men had done what they could. The women would do the rest. But not now. Now the Sabbath was beginning, and no work could be done, and the tomb was sealed, and there was nothing left to do but go home and sit in the darkness and wait. They went home and prepared spices and ointments, Luke says. Then they rested on the Sabbath according to the commandment. The sentence is almost unbearable in its restraint. They rested. Their teacher was dead. Their world was shattered. Their hopes were buried in a rock-cut tomb behind a stone they could not move, and they rested, because the commandment said to rest, and they were. Even in their annihilating grief, observant Jews who kept the law, the obedience is both heroic and heartbreaking. It is the faith of people who have lost everything except the habits of devotion that sustained them before they had anything to lose. Saturday, the Sabbath. Holy Saturday, the church would later call it, though there was nothing that felt holy about it to the people who lived through it. It was the day between the death and whatever came next. And for the disciples, the women, the secret followers, and everyone who had staked their lives on the belief that Jesus was the promised one, it was a day of unrelieved despair. The Gospels say almost nothing about it. There is no teaching, no miracle, no encounter, no conversation recorded for this day. The narrative simply stops, as though the story itself had died along with its protagonist. The silence is vast, and it is the silence of a Saturday that had no reason to believe there would be a Sunday. Peter was somewhere in the city, carrying the triple weight of grief, guilt, and self-knowledge. He had denied Jesus 3 times, and the look that Jesus had given him across the courtyard was seared into his memory with a permanence that no amount of time would soften. He had been told, explicitly and in advance, that he would fail, and he had protested. And then he had failed exactly as predicted, and the rooster had crowed, and the look had landed, and now he was alone, with the knowledge that the last thing he had done in the presence of the man he loved most was to deny, under oath, that he knew him. The other disciples were scattered, each carrying his own version of the same burden. They had all fled. They had all abandoned him. The brave declarations of the upper room, the promises to die alongside him, the 3 years of following and learning and witnessing had all dissolved in the torchlight of Gethsemane, and what remained was the memory of their own retreating footsteps. The chief priests and the Pharisees, meanwhile, were not resting. Matthew records that on Saturday, the day after the preparation, they went to Pilate with one more request. "Sir," they said, "we remember that while he was still alive, that deceiver said, 'After 3 days I will rise again.' Therefore, "Order the tomb to be made secure until the third day, lest his disciples go and steal him away, and tell the people he has been raised from the dead, and the last fraud will be worse than the first." The request reveals two things. First, the priests remembered Jesus' predictions of resurrection better than the disciples did. The 12 had heard the predictions and been unable to absorb them. The priests had heard them and taken them seriously enough to plan countermeasures. Second, the priests' concern was not that Jesus might actually rise, which they considered impossible, but that the disciples might fake a resurrection by stealing the body and claiming he had risen. The scenario they feared was fraud, not miracle, and they wanted Pilate's help in preventing it. Pilate granted the request with a terseness that suggested he was thoroughly tired of the entire affair. "You have a guard of soldiers," he said. "Go, make it as secure as you can." They went and made the tomb secure by sealing the stone and setting a guard. The seal was probably a cord stretched across the stone and fixed at both ends with a blob of clay or wax, stamped with an official mark, so that any tampering would be immediately visible. The guards were either Roman soldiers assigned by Pilate or members of the temple guard provided by the priests. The text is ambiguous. Either way, the tomb was now not merely closed, but officially sealed and militarily guarded. The authorities had done everything within their power to ensure that the body of Jesus stayed exactly where they had put it. And so Saturday passed. The longest day, the silent day, the day when the stone sat in its channel, and the guards stood at their posts, and the seal remained unbroken, and the spices sat in their jars in the homes of the women who had prepared them, and the whole world, or at least the small corner of it that knew and cared about what had happened on Friday, held its breath. The Christian tradition would later fill this silence with a story of its own, the harrowing of hell. Drawing from cryptic references in the letters of Peter, which speak of Christ preaching to the spirits in prison, and from the line in the Apostles' Creed that declares he descended into hell, the tradition holds that during the hours between his death and his resurrection, Jesus descended to the realm of the dead, not as a prisoner, but as a conqueror, not to suffer further punishment, but to proclaim victory over death itself to those who had died before him. The image that developed in the early centuries of Christianity was vivid and dramatic. Christ breaking down the gates of Hades, shattering the locks, confronting Satan on his own territory, and leading out the righteous dead, Adam and Eve, Abraham and Moses, David and the prophets, all the faithful who had lived and died in hope of a redemption they had not lived to see. The Eastern Orthodox tradition made this the central image of Easter, more important even than the empty tomb. The icon of the Anastasis shows Christ standing on the broken doors of hell, pulling Adam and Eve from their graves with his own hands, the darkness shattered by light. Whether one reads this as literal narrative, as theological metaphor, or as poetic elaboration of a mystery too deep for prose, the harrowing of hell addresses a question that Holy Saturday forces upon anyone who takes the story seriously. Where was Jesus during the silence? The body lay in the tomb, but the body was not the whole of him. And if the story is true, if the man who died on Friday was who he said he was, then his death was not an ending but a passage, a descent into the deepest darkness that existence contained, not because he was trapped there, but because the darkness itself needed to be reached. The tradition says he went where no living person could go, and did what no living person could do. He harrowed hell. He emptied it. He turned the prison into a doorway, and the grave into a corridor, and the dead who had been waiting since the beginning of the world heard a voice they recognized, though they had never heard it before, and they followed it toward the light. But on Saturday, none of this was visible. On Saturday, the story was simply this. A dead man lay in a sealed tomb behind a guarded stone, and the people who had loved him were sitting in darkened rooms, and the people who had killed him were satisfied that they had done what needed to be done, and the people who had washed their hands of him were hoping the whole episode would be quickly forgotten. On Saturday, the universe gave no sign that anything was about to change. The sun rose and set. The guards changed shifts. The women waited. The disciples grieved. And in the sealed darkness of a rich man's tomb, in the garden near Golgotha, behind a stone too heavy to move and a seal too official to break, the body lay wrapped in its linen and its 75 pounds of myrrh and aloes, and the silence was total, and the stillness was absolute, and the Saturday stretched on and on and on, and no one, not the priests, not the soldiers, not the disciples, not even the women who had watched him die and marked the place where he was laid, had any reason at all to believe that the silence was about to be broken in a way that would split history in half and rearrange every assumption the human race had ever made about the finality of death. Sunday began in the dark. Not the metaphorical darkness of grief or the theological darkness of Holy Saturday's silence, but the actual, physical, pre-dawn darkness of a spring morning in Judea, when the sky to the east is just beginning to lighten from black to the deepest shade of blue, and the stars are still visible and the air is cold enough to see your breath. The women set out while it was still dark, or very early when the sun had risen, depending on which gospel you read, and the slight discrepancy tells you something important. This was not a coordinated expedition. These were women moving on instinct and devotion, each one leaving her house as soon as the Sabbath restrictions lifted, unable to wait a moment longer than the law required, carrying the spices they had prepared on Friday evening, walking through the sleeping streets of Jerusalem toward a tomb in a garden near the place where they had watched a man die. Mary Magdalene was among them. In some accounts, she is the first named. In others, she is accompanied by Mary, the mother of James, and by Salome, and by Joanna, and by other women whose names are not given. The variations across the four Gospels have been scrutinized, harmonized, and argued over for 2 millennia. But the core elements are consistent. Women went to the tomb at dawn on Sunday, and what they found there changed everything. They were worried about the stone. Mark records their conversation as they walked. Who will roll away the stone for us from the entrance of the tomb? It was a practical concern. The stone was massive, and they were women without the physical strength to move it. They had no men with them, because the men were in hiding. They were going anyway, because the body needed to be properly anointed, and the body was their responsibility, and they were not the kind of women who let practical obstacles prevent them from doing what needed to be done. They would figure out the stone when they got there. They walked on. They did not need to figure out the stone. When they arrived, it had already been moved. Matthew describes how this happened. An angel of the Lord descended from heaven, and there was a great earthquake, and the angel rolled back the stone and sat on it. His appearance was like lightning, and his clothing white as snow. The guards trembled and became like dead men. The earthquake, the second in 3 days, shook the ground beneath the soldiers' feet. The sealed stone, the official precaution that the chief priests had requested and Pilate had authorized, was rolled away, not by the hands of grave robbers sneaking in the dark, but by a force that knocked armed men unconscious. The tomb was open, the seal was broken, and the guards, the men stationed there specifically to prevent anything unusual from happening, had been the first witnesses to the most unusual event in human history and had fainted dead away from the experience. The women approached the open tomb. What they saw stopped them in their tracks. The body was gone. The linen wrappings were there. John would later describe Peter finding the cloths lying neatly, the face cloth folded and placed separately from the other wrappings, a detail suggesting not the frantic tearing of grave robbers, but the deliberate action of someone who had left the tomb under his own power and taken the time to leave things in order. But the women, in that first moment, did not see orderly cloths. They saw absence. The place where the body had lain was empty, and the emptiness hit them like a physical blow. Then there were the messengers. Mark describes a young man dressed in a white robe, sitting on the right side of the tomb. Luke describes 2 men in dazzling apparel. Matthew describes the angel who had rolled the stone. John, in his account, describes 2 angels in white, sitting where the body had been, one at the head and one at the feet. The women were terrified. They fell to the ground. And the messenger spoke words that have been repeated in every language and in every century since. Do not be afraid. You seek Jesus of Nazareth, who was crucified. He is not here. He has risen, just as he said. Come, see the place where he lay. Then go quickly and tell his disciples and Peter that he is going before you to Galilee. There you will see him, just as he told you. The instruction to tell his disciples and Peter is one of those details that rewards attention. Peter was still a disciple. He had not been expelled from the group. But his denial had been so devastating, so public, so complete, that the angel singled him out by name as though to make absolutely certain that the message reached the one person who might have assumed he was no longer included. Tell the disciples and tell Peter. The specificity was an act of grace disguised as a logistical instruction. Peter, who had sworn he did not know the man, was being told by an angel that the man still knew him. The women ran. Mark says they fled from the tomb, trembling and astonished, and said nothing to anyone, for they were afraid. It is the most abrupt and unsettling ending of any gospel, and many scholars believe that Mark's original text ended right there, with the women running in terror and silence, the resurrection announced, but not yet processed, the joy not yet arrived, the fear still overwhelming everything. If so, it is a breathtakingly honest ending. The first response to the resurrection was not celebration but bewilderment, not faith but fear, not a triumphal chorus, but the sound of women's sandals slapping against stone as they ran from something too large to comprehend. But they did tell. The silence did not last. Luke says they returned from the tomb and told all these things to the 11 and to all the rest. The reception was exactly what you might expect from a group of grief-stricken, guilt-ridden men who had spent the last 36 hours in hiding. These words seemed to them an idle tale, and they did not believe them. The Greek word Luke uses for idle tale is leros, which means nonsense, rubbish, the delirious ravings of hysterical women. The 11 dismissed the report. They had watched Jesus die. They knew what death looked like. And the claim that a dead man had risen from his grave was, to their rational minds, the kind of thing that people said when grief had broken their hold on reality. Peter, however, could not leave it alone. Whatever the others thought, whatever his own rational mind was telling him, Peter got up and ran to the tomb. John went with him, and John, being younger and faster, arrived first. He stooped and looked in and saw the linen cloths lying there, but he did not go in. Peter, arriving moments later, did not hesitate. He went straight into the tomb, because Peter always went straight into things, and he saw the cloths lying there, and the face cloth folded separately, and he stood in the empty space where the body should have been, breathing hard from the run, and he tried to understand what he was seeing. John came in after him, and John saw, and John believed, though the text adds, with a candor that is almost comic, that as yet they did not understand the Scripture, that he must rise from the dead. They believed something. They could not yet articulate what. They went home, marveling, carrying a mystery they could not yet solve. Mary Magdalene had gone back to the tomb. In John's account, she stands outside it weeping, alone, after the others had left. She stooped to look in and saw the 2 angels sitting where the body had been. "Woman, why are you weeping?" they asked. "Because they have taken away my Lord," she said, "and I do not know where they have laid him." The grief was still the governing emotion. Even the angels had not dispelled it. The empty tomb for Mary was not yet a sign of resurrection. It was a sign of further violation, the final indignity visited upon a man who had already suffered every indignity the world could inflict. Someone had moved the body. Someone had taken him. The absence was not victory. It was theft. She turned around and saw a man standing behind her. She did not recognize him. Through her tears in the early morning light, she assumed he was the gardener, which was reasonable enough, given that the tomb was in a garden and the man was standing among the plants. "Sir," she said, "if you have carried him away, tell me where you have laid him, and I will take him." The offer was absurd in its devotion. A single woman proposing to carry the dead weight of a grown man to wherever he needed to go because the body mattered to her, because even in death he was hers to care for, because love does not calculate what is possible before it makes its promises. The man said one word, "Mary." He said her name, and the voice that said it was the voice that had called her name before, perhaps on the day he had driven 7 demons from her and given her back her life, perhaps on any of the 100 ordinary occasions when a teacher addresses a student or a friend addresses a friend. The voice had not changed. The voice was unmistakable. And in the space between one heartbeat and the next, Mary Magdalene went from the darkest grief she had ever known to a joy so overwhelming that the only response her body could produce was to throw herself at his feet and hold on. "Rabboni," she said. "Teacher." She grabbed him. She clung to him. And Jesus said gently, "Do not cling to me, for I have not yet ascended to the Father. But go to my brothers and say to them, I am ascending to my Father and your Father, to my God and your God." The instruction is dense with meaning. He called the disciples my brothers, not my servants, not my followers, not those cowards who abandoned me, but brothers. And he distinguished between my Father and your Father, maintaining the unique relationship he had always claimed while simultaneously including them in it. The message Mary was sent to deliver was not merely that Jesus was alive. It was that the relationship between God and humanity had been permanently altered, that the God Jesus called Father was now their Father too, and that the distance between heaven and earth, the distance that the torn curtain in the temple had symbolized, was closed. Mary Magdalene went to the disciples with the news. "I have seen the Lord," she told them. She was the first. The first witness to the resurrection was not Peter, not John, not any of the 11, not a priest or a scholar or a person of institutional authority. It was a woman. In a culture where women's testimony was not admissible in court, in a religious tradition where women were not counted in the quorum for public worship. If the resurrection were a fiction invented by the early church to legitimize its claims, the inventors would never have made a woman the first witness, because a woman's testimony would have undermined the very credibility they were trying to establish. The fact that they reported it as it happened, with Mary Magdalene as the first to see and the first to speak, is one of the strongest incidental arguments for the historicity of the account. It is too embarrassing to have been invented. Later that same day, 2 of Jesus' followers were walking from Jerusalem to a village called Emmaus, about 7 miles away. They were not among the 11. They were part of the wider circle of disciples, and they were leaving. The direction of their walk tells the story. They were walking away from Jerusalem, away from the community, away from the place where everything had fallen apart. They were going home, and their conversation was the conversation of people processing a catastrophe, going over the events again and again, trying to make sense of what could not be made sense of. A stranger joined them on the road. He fell into step beside them and asked what they were discussing. They stopped, Luke says, their faces downcast. One of them, named Caiaphas, answered with a kind of weary incredulity, "Are you the only visitor to Jerusalem who does not know the things that have happened there in these days?" The stranger asked, "What things?" And they told him. They told him about Jesus of Nazareth, a prophet mighty in deed and word before God and all the people. They told him how the chief priests and rulers had delivered him up to be condemned to death and had crucified him. And then they said the sentence that contains the entire heartbreak of Holy Saturday. But we had hoped that he was the one to redeem Israel. We had hoped. Past tense. The hope was over. The dream was dead. The man who was supposed to liberate Israel had been killed by the combined forces of the temple and the empire, and whatever promises he had made, whatever miracles he had performed, whatever authority he had spoken with, it had all ended on a cross on a Friday afternoon, and now it was Sunday, and some women had gone to the tomb and found it empty and seen angels and come back with wild stories, but nobody had seen him. The hope was in the past tense, and the past tense is where dead hopes live. The stranger began to speak. "O foolish ones, and slow of heart to believe all that the prophets have spoken," he said. "Was it not necessary that the Christ should suffer these things and enter into his glory?" And beginning with Moses and all the prophets, he interpreted to them in all the scriptures the things concerning himself. The walk to Emmaus became, in effect, a private seminar on the entire Hebrew Bible, delivered by the one person in the universe who was qualified to teach it, reframing every passage, every prophecy, every story of suffering and redemption and sacrifice, as pointing toward a single destination, the cross, and what lay beyond it. The stranger explained why the Messiah had to suffer. He showed them the pattern running through the entire scriptural tradition, from the sacrifice of Isaac to the suffering servant of Isaiah, from the Passover lamb to the bronze serpent lifted up in the wilderness. He turned their Bible inside out and showed them what had been hidden in plain sight all along. They arrived at Emmaus. The stranger made as if to continue on his way, but they urged him to stay. "It is nearly evening," they said, "and the day is almost over." He went in to stay with them. When he was at the table with them, he took bread, gave thanks, broke it, and began to give it to them. And their eyes were opened, and they recognized him. The breaking of the bread was the moment of revelation. The gesture, the hands, the way he held the loaf and gave thanks and broke it was the same gesture they had seen in the upper room, the same gesture he had made when he fed the 5,000, the same gesture that was already, within 3 days of its institution, the identifying mark of his presence. They knew him in the breaking of the bread, and then he vanished from their sight. They looked at each other. "Did not our hearts burn within us while he talked to us on the road, while he opened to us the scriptures?" they said. They got up immediately, despite the late hour, despite the 7-mile walk they had just completed, and went back to Jerusalem. They found the 11 gathered together, and before they could even tell their story, the group declared, "The Lord has risen indeed, and has appeared to Simon." Peter had seen him. Somewhere during that Sunday, in a meeting that no gospel describes in detail, Jesus had appeared to Peter privately, and the encounter that the angel at the tomb had specifically arranged, the personal reunion between the risen Christ and the man who had denied him 3 times, had taken place. What was said in that meeting, whether Peter wept or fell to his knees or simply stood there unable to speak, no one recorded. It was private. Some things are. That evening, the disciples were gathered in a locked room. The doors were shut for fear of the Jewish authorities, John says, and the fear was justified. If the Sanhedrin had executed the leader, the followers could be next. They were huddled together in the upper room or some other safe house, their grief now complicated by the reports of the day. Reports they wanted to believe and could not quite believe. Reports that oscillated between impossible hope and the suspicion that hope itself was a form of cruelty. Jesus came and stood among them. He did not knock. He did not open the door. He appeared in the middle of a locked room, in a body that was recognizably his, but that no longer operated according to the rules that governed ordinary bodies. "Peace be with you," he said, and he showed them his hands and his side. The wounds were there, the nail marks in the wrists, the gash from the spear in his side, the evidence that this was not a ghost, not a vision, not a hallucination, but the same man who had been crucified and buried and sealed in a tomb behind a stone that angels had to move. The wounds were not healed. They were present, visible, touchable. The resurrection had not erased the crucifixion. It had absorbed it. The risen body carried the marks of the dying body, and the marks were not blemishes to be hidden, but credentials to be displayed. The disciples were overjoyed. John uses a phrase of almost reckless understatement. The disciples were glad when they saw the Lord. Glad. As though glad could contain what they felt in that moment. The avalanche of relief and wonder and terror and ecstasy that overwhelmed 11 men who had been cowering behind locked doors 5 minutes earlier. Jesus spoke to them again. "Peace be with you," he repeated. "As the Father has sent me, even so I am sending you." And when he had said this, he breathed on them and said, "Receive the Holy Spirit. If you forgive the sins of any, they are forgiven them. If you withhold forgiveness from any, it is withheld." The breath was deliberate, an echo of the breath that God breathed into Adam's nostrils in the Garden of Eden, the breath that animated the first human being. Jesus was not merely comforting his disciples. He was recreating them, breathing into them a new life, commissioning them for a task that would consume the rest of their existence and shape the next 2,000 years of human history. Thomas was not there. Why Thomas was absent, where he had gone, whether he was braver than the others and had ventured outside or simply could not bear to be in a room full of men whose grief mirrored his own, the text does not say. When the others told him what had happened, his response was blunt and emphatic. "Unless I see in his hands the mark of the nails, and place my finger into the mark of the nails, and place my hand into his side, I will never believe." The demand was specific and physical. Thomas was not asking for a theological argument. He was asking for evidence, tangible, bodily, empirical evidence, that the man who had died on Friday was alive on Sunday. He wanted to touch the wounds. He wanted proof. 8 days passed. Another Sunday. The disciples were again in the locked room, and this time Thomas was with them. Jesus appeared as before, materializing in the middle of the room without using the door. "Peace be with you," he said. Then he turned to Thomas. "Put your finger here," he said, "and see my hands. Put out your hand and place it in my side. Do not disbelieve, but believe." The invitation was exact, point by point, matching the conditions Thomas had set, as though Jesus had been in the room when Thomas spoke them, which, in a sense beyond the physical, perhaps he had been. Thomas did not touch the wounds. Or perhaps he did. The text does not say explicitly. What it records is his response, the shortest and most comprehensive confession of faith in the entire New Testament. "My Lord and my God." Jesus said to him, "Have you believed because you have seen me? Blessed are those who have not seen and yet have believed." The statement reached beyond Thomas, beyond the room, beyond the first century, and addressed every person who would ever hear this story and have to decide what to make of it without the benefit of standing in a locked room and putting a finger into a nail hole. The blessing was for the billions who would come after, who would have only the testimony and the text and the tradition and the interior witness of their own experience, and who would believe anyway. Over the next 40 days, Jesus appeared repeatedly. Paul, writing to the church in Corinth roughly 20 years later, provides the most systematic catalog. He appeared to Peter, then to the 12, then to more than 500 brothers at one time, most of whom were still alive when Paul wrote, then to James, then to all the apostles, and last of all to Paul himself. The appearances were varied in setting and circumstance. He appeared on a beach in Galilee, where Peter and 6 other disciples had gone back to fishing, as though the resurrection had not happened. as though the only thing left to do was return to the life they had known before any of it began. Jesus stood on the shore in the morning mist and called out to them, and when they realized who it was, Peter threw himself into the water and swam to shore, unable to wait for the boat. On that beach, over a breakfast of grilled fish and bread, Jesus restored Peter. 3 times Peter had denied him. 3 times Jesus now asked him, "Simon, son of John, do you love me?" Peter was hurt by the 3rd repetition, because it echoed the 3-fold denial and forced him to confront it. "Lord, you know everything," Peter said. "You know that I love you." And 3 times Jesus gave him the same commission. "Feed my lambs, tend my sheep, feed my sheep." The denial was answered with assignment. The failure was met not with punishment, but with responsibility. Peter, who had proved himself unreliable in the worst possible way at the worst possible moment, was being given the most important job in the nascent church: take care of my people. The logic of grace was not the logic of merit. It was the logic of a shepherd who entrusts his flock to the most broken man in the room, because the most broken man in the room is the one who will never again overestimate his own strength. The final appearance was on a mountain in Galilee, where Jesus gave the commission that would propel his followers from a frightened handful in a locked room to a global movement that would outlast the Roman Empire and reshape the civilization that had tried to destroy it. "All authority in heaven and on earth has been given to me," he said. "Go therefore and make disciples of all nations, baptizing them in the name of the Father and of the Son and of the Holy Spirit, teaching them to observe all that I have commanded you. And behold, I am with you always, to the end of the age." Then he ascended. Luke describes it in Acts. He was lifted up, and a cloud took him out of their sight. The disciples stood staring upward until 2 men in white robes appeared and asked them, with what reads almost as gentle amusement, "Men of Galilee, why do you stand looking into heaven? This Jesus, who has been taken up from you into heaven, will come in the same way as you saw him go into heaven." The message was clear. Stop staring at the sky. There is work to do. He will be back. In the meantime, go. They went. They returned to Jerusalem and waited for the Holy Spirit, which came at Pentecost with wind and fire and the ability to speak in languages they had never learned. Peter the denier preached the first sermon. 3,000 people believed in a single day. The church was born, not in a palace or a temple or an academy, but in an upper room among ordinary people, powered by a story so extraordinary that the people telling it could barely believe it themselves and yet could not stop telling it, because they had seen what they had seen, and the seeing had changed them, and the change was the proof. Within a generation, the story had spread across the Roman Empire. Within 3 centuries, the empire itself had converted. The temple in Jerusalem, as Jesus had predicted, was destroyed in 70 AD, its stones scattered, its curtain long since torn. The priesthood that had condemned him ceased to exist. The Roman government that had crucified him eventually knelt before his cross. The movement that began with a handful of terrified Galileans in a locked room became the largest religion in human history, embracing every continent and every culture, surviving schisms and persecutions and corruptions and reformations, adapting and fracturing and enduring for 2,000 years and counting. And at the center of all of it, beneath the cathedrals and the creeds and the councils and the controversies, beneath the art and the music and the theology and the politics, the story remains stubbornly, irreducibly simple. A man was born. He lived. He taught. He loved. He was betrayed by a friend, abandoned by his followers, condemned by the authorities, and executed by the state. He was buried in a borrowed tomb. And on the 3rd day the tomb was empty, and the women were the first to know, and the world has never been the same. Whether one stands inside the story as a believer or outside it as an observer, the shape of it is undeniable. Something happened in Jerusalem during Passover in the early decades of the first century. Something that the people closest to it described as the death and resurrection of the Son of God. Something that transformed cowards into martyrs and fishermen into apostles. Something that could not be explained away by the authorities who tried to suppress it, or contained by the empire that tried to crush it. The empty tomb has never been accounted for to everyone's satisfaction. The body was never produced. The movement that should have died with its founder did not die, but exploded across the ancient world with a force that no merely human organization has ever replicated. Holy Week asks a question that 2,000 years have not answered to the satisfaction of everyone who hears it. It asks whether the story is true. Not true in the way that myths are true, illuminating but fictional, instructive but invented. True in the way that the sun is true, in the way that gravity is true, in the way that love and death and the cry of a child in the night are true, inescapably, factually, bodily true. The question stands. It has always stood. It will stand as long as there are people who hear the story and feel, in the hearing, something stir that they cannot quite name and cannot quite dismiss. Something that sounds like a voice calling their name in a garden at dawn, when the stone has been rolled away and the tomb is empty and the morning light is pouring in, and everything, absolutely everything, is about to begin.